We don't have to be here until 4 o'clock, right? But after lunch, then there'll be cocktails. So don't rush off also after lunch, but have some cocktails, network, and so on. Shall we work with that? Good. Now let's talk about yesterday. So, I don't believe in a Big Bang theory. I know that, sometimes, I've been on television for the last 7 years shouting every night and, having gray hairs. I'm even having gray hairs. If you look at the time that I started and now. And I don't have the illusion that then it will change things overnight because I shouted about it. But from time to time, something interesting happens. And that's what feeds into my philosophy, that you gotta brighten the corner where you are. You are not going to solve the problems of the whole world, even if you are a Superman. Jesus tried, and you saw what happened to him. So you just deal with where you have influence, right? You remember the story of Saul. During the Easter they repeat that story, and then suddenly it can hit you in a different way. So this guy was a prosecutor of Christians, killing them and doing all sorts of things. And then on his way to Damascus, apparently, then he was hit by a lightning, where Jesus showed up, and said, "Hey, you stop prosecuting my people." And then this guy, now suddenly he became, even the most extreme Christian now, writing letters, to communities, telling them all sorts of things, right? So with the corner where he was, where he had influence of prosecution, he turned that now to minister, right? Now you need to ask yourself, we're talking about the enablers here, AI and what have you. And by the way, I go away also having learned quite a lot. In fact, one delegate here who will remain nameless sent me last night, as I was preparing for today, a full document, which is guidelines of AI for lecturers, and then guidelines of AI for students. I said, hey, this is good, so that I don't just tell my student, I'm going to give you 0. I said, no, actually, you can use it, but don't use it to replace your brain. So each of you, with your specific tasks you have been given, right, by the universe or by God or Allah, or whatever you believe in, that's where you must make the difference, right? What is missing in our body politic now, not just here, in many parts of the world where there are problems, is activism. That's what's missing. Right? You find somebody who's sitting in some corporate there that's totally untransformed. A report of KPMG, at least there's something great you can say about KPMG. A report that was released 10 years ago by KPMG said that in South Africa, despite affirmative action laws, right, the top corporates have not bothered with affirmative action or employment equity or anything like that talks to transformation, right? And that report says 70% of all new appointments and all new promotions were to white people. And white people are saying, we're oppressed. No, the facts say different. They say that they are laughing to say, well, we don't know what affirmative action you're talking about. But there might be somebody very big with a big title in the corner who's given the job of transformation officer. In fact, in 2007, most companies hired people to cook the system. They say, no, we want to be level 1, even if we don't have black people on ownership. How do you become level 1 and there's not even a single black person who's your owner? Or there's a sprinkling of black people on your exco. But there's somebody there. Now you arrive at this company and say, hey, man, you have been here this whole time. This company is not transformed. Then they are embarrassed because they're saying, hey, you don't take my bread away. My children are going to private school. That's what's killing us, lack of activism. Now, as auditors, accountants, and so on, you are on the line of fire, right? In that, at some point, you got to tell people who pay you to say, hey, stop what you're doing, right? So AI and all of these things are just enablers. But at the end, you need courage, right? You need courage, and within that corner where you are, you can make that difference, small difference. And if all of us do something, right, we will then at least brighten the corner. That will make a difference in the long run. So I edit 2 magazines. This is a commercial break now. I edit what is called Leadership Magazine. I've been editing that magazine for the last 5 years. It's a 32-year-old magazine. So I've decided that we're going to create a corner in that magazine for you guys to exchange ideas for free. Okay? I think we'll call it Audit and Accounting Vibes. We'll call it something nice so that you can remember to go there and, and it's a free online subscription. And you can also have a physical free subscription where they can send you the magazine. I'm going to get a few copies. I just requested somebody to go and collect them. I forgot them this morning in a hurry to be on time. But they are in a box. We'll give each of you some of the copies so you can see what kind of subjects on leadership we are dealing with. But the issue of auditing and so on, if it's done well, it can stand on the way of at least reduce corruption, because corruption is very difficult, because as you create, if you like, methods to avoid it, the crooks also create more methods to outmaneuver even more. So it's not something you can say, now we've dealt with it and then we're number 50 on the scale of international corruption index. It's something that must continuously be be pursued. I mean, yesterday the Deputy Auditor General asked, "But why are the people not following up?" And actually, the answer is simple: because there's poor consequence management in South Africa. Terrible. I mean, we spent R1 billion on a report on state capture, 1 billion. Do you know anybody who's in prison for it? And that report has been around for 4 years. We're even going to the next elections. I don't know what they're going to say at that point. Or they'll start running around closer to elections and arresting 1 or 2 comrades who have fallen out with them. There's poor consequence management. And the problem is that the politicians just somehow they don't take it serious. Just yesterday, there was a story that there was a list circulating around of the new board chairpersons of the SETAs. And apparently there's one of the board members is a son of the chairperson of the ANC or something, the chairperson of Mantashe's son or something like that. And now then the minister reversed the decision because the EFF and the DA complained. And then the ANC issued a statement saying, this is a victory for accountability. I mean, but their own person went to appoint. I mean, it's just crazy, right? So it's the whole accountability thing is turned into a joke because nobody wants to be accountable. The Speaker of Parliament who was accused of, and I'm not talking politics, I'm talking auditing. This is all where you come in, because how does a Minister of Defense get a bribe of 2 million? Where are the internal auditors to see that there's something fishy in the appointment of service providers and what? No. But then they try to arrest her. Then she goes to court to say, don't arrest me. I'm not ready, or I'm too old to go to prison. Not too old to steal. Not too old to receive bribes, but too old to go to prison. Danny Jordan, who's been destroying soccer for years. They tried to arrest me. He said, no, don't arrest me. There'll be fire and brimstone. And of course, I said this in November last year. And then, when I took leave a few weeks ago, I got a letter, a lawyer's letter. I've got an archive of lawyer's letters. Don't worry. But this one was cease and desist. I mean, cease. How do I cease? I spoke in November. I don't have to cease. I just told you that I think you're corrupt, and that's it. So there's a need for activism. I know not all of you can do that. And of course, you got to, a friend of mine just said to me about 15 years ago when I started to make too much noise, said, no, you see, you need to close the distance between your principle and your bond. The distance in your case seems to be very wide. So I'm not saying kill yourself, but I'm saying just have a little bit of courage. Sometimes it pays off. Right? But as you know, even in the Bible, you're not promised heaven and just because you told the truth. In fact, it's prosecution that may come your way. But what your children may benefit from you having stood your ground. Okay, right. That's my rant for the day. Now, let's start over here. Can I have a microphone there, please? So now we're going to talk about way forward. I've already said what I'm going to do. I'm going to create space for free in my magazine for you to talk about your issues. Now you're going to say, What's the one thing that you want to see done coming out of this conference, right? Because there's not going to be another opportunity to do this, because after here to be speeches and whatever, and then we will be at lunch, right? So I would like us to have some nice takeaways of things that you think this thing must be implemented, and then we can at least make sure that the report that comes out of here makes sense. Can I please have the roving microphone somewhere? Please, can you give anybody on this table? Right. Lead us. The one thing.
Well, the one thing is that when I looked at, so we all say we don't have money. Academia doesn't have money. That's the norm. But I looked at that Mr. Gustav Silvo.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, I didn't understand a thing.
Oh, okay.
But I was extremely impressed in how quick that went. And I mean, he knows what he's doing, but I mean, we can learn that as educators,
Yeah.
and we can start implementing that. And I think that is if we don't change the way we teach, we are going to run in serious problems.
Yeah.
So I think the one thing is, I know it was extremely difficult. Maybe some of you knew exactly what was going on, but me not. But take that and bring it into the classroom. I think it's important. We have it. It's free.
It's free.
It's free. Yeah.
Absolutely. Wonderful. You want to pass the microphone to this table? Yes, Prof.
Thanks. I think I echo the sentiments of Prof. Filner, the fact that we need to be practical. I remember when I was still studying at UP, we used to do ACL training practically. So I was actually thinking, how can we actually bring about what Gustav is doing for our students to learn? And hence I was asking him how much it costs to have the license. I think probably our job from here on as management is that to make this practical, Dr. Tlongwane, we need to go to Mencom and, and see if you can procure this for our students, for them to implement. Because I do agree, we need to change the way we think. I mean, we teach because it just cannot be just about books and reading and tests, but it needs to be practical. And I'm seeing that AI is more about the practical, what you do on the machine. And it's going to take a lot of investment in terms of infrastructure, software, and also people as well, people who have got the know-how, got the skill to train students. Because, you know, he was speaking about, I remember when I was still in audit, we used to do, when I was still at PwC, we do scripting. I don't have an IT background, but I learned those things. And you don't need an IT degree to do all those things. In terms of scripting, writing scripts, learning Python, all those things. Those are things that are relevant that we need to actually teach our students in order for them to remain relevant in the market. So definitely something like this, something practical that we need to implement and see how we convince the universities for us to get the resources to have it implemented even here at Unisa. Thanks, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Can I just ask you a question quickly? That do your audit students actually go to industry as part of their curriculum to go and see how audits are done? Just a curiosity question there.
Luckily, most of students are working already.
I see. I see.
Working already, so they are already in industry. But I think it'll be beneficial for them to learn something like this.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Part of the course curriculum.
Thank you. Please pass to that table.
Say you ask a question whether a student are exposed to
practicals. Yeah.
Yeah, at the University of Pretoria, we do have our student getting opportunities to go for vacation.
Vec jobs. Okay.
In June for 2 weeks, which is part of the internal audit education program. So we do expose them to that. We do have industry coming to give them workshops. As Prof. Cameron is saying, on data analytics, on ACL, on risk management softwares, how to use it. We do collaborate also with APSA in terms of giving them more exposure to practical experience. On an annual basis, we get industry and audit firms to come for meet and greet to meet in our students and actually offer them job opportunities. So do that. And then one other thing that I wanted to add in terms of what is the takeaway call for action, I think as academics, we normally do research and then we don't follow up on it after that. So I think it's a call for academics. Once we've done research, we must actually walk that path with the public sector to help them implement what we have researched on, just like Prof. Nicholas has done with making sure that the research that they do, they implement that. So maybe going forward, we do research, but we don't stop there. We assist the public sector in terms of implementing.
Wonderful. No, that is a very, very good point. Actually, the academics have a tendency to do a research and then put the research in the library. So my PhD was probably read by me and my wife and my supervisor. Yeah. You know, when they acknowledge me, you say, thank you to my wife, and because you are away for so many, just what have you been doing? Bring this thing here. Let me see. You know, but at least mine, there are two people who asked for me specifically, but one of them died before giving me feedback. And the other one, I'm not sure. I think she registered for a master's after that. But other than that, you know, I'm only now thinking, let me turn the PhD into a book so that the broader public can read it, because we have a tendency to write for ourselves. So what is the point? Because when you do a PhD, they're saying you are creating new knowledge, but you don't take that knowledge and now make it into the popular mainstream. So I'm challenging you to say, if you have done some good research and you can summarize it in 1,000 words, I know that's difficult, but AI can help you. I'll be happy to publish you with your research. These are my findings and so on, to a mainstream, because that's where you must impact, to leaders who are reading, to decision makers and so on, who are not going to go to a library to read my 300 pages long PhD. So I think that's a good point, but you can take it up there by saying, let's influence society broader than just the group of our friends who are peer reviews or peer reviewers who will say, you wrote such a nice thing in this academic journal and what have you. Right? Which is a nightmare to write for these journals. But anyway, you have to do it so that they don't say, but this professor has never written a single paper. Okay, please, next.
Good morning, everyone. From my side, I think what I would like to get from this session is more of a clear understanding, guidelines in terms of how to ethically apply AI, because the AI is not as something which should be stressed about, something which it can help everyone enhance our work. But however, we must make it something which stop us from using our heads and our mind.
Yes. Wonderful, wonderful. Where's the microphone? I heard somebody was talking, but I didn't see. I can't see that far. Where's the microphone? Wherever the microphone is, can somebody speak into it?
Okay, speaking.
All right. Yes. Yeah.
Symposium, which is continuous.
Mm.
I think humans need breaks, but it's the lack of momentum that costs us more. So if we have a mindset, continuous progress in whichever direction, whether it's auditing, whether it's academia, whether it's research, there has to be a continuous effort. There has to be a continuous momentum. If we can just achieve that, we will achieve.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the continuous thing means that auditing should no longer be seen as a post facto thing. You do it to say, at the end where it can be useful, can only be useful for the book. So they say, oh, Parliament wants your report in August, but then you talk about something that went wrong 2 years ago, and that nobody did anything about it. So I think that is a big takeaway. The one thing that must be done, we're talking call to action now. What must be done? to make this conference or symposium count. Yes, ma'am. Please continue to introduce yourselves. Eh?
Okay, Apumodi Tswane, the Chief Audit Executive at Department of Corporative Governance. So for me, the one thing I take away...
Department of what?
Corporative Governance.
National.
COCTA is 2 departments.
Oh.
Qualify that. We've got traditional affairs, and then we've got cooperative governance.
Okay, is that the national department?
Yes.
All right.
So for me as a CAE, what I will take from this symposium is to leverage on the available tools. You know, I just say one example. We take long to capture our audit committee minutes when there is AI available, which can assist us to capture the audit committee minutes. So that's those are the things that I need to engage my Chief Information Officer to ensure that we get right licensing and use the available tools. Thank you.
No, wonderful. It's interesting you say that, because a few years ago, and this is relevant for your department, you know, when this was just talking amongst friends here. So they made the late governor, I think she was a minister at that time, said that we need to register sponsorship. This was in 2021. 2021. We need to register sponsorships. We mustn't operate willy-nilly and so on. Fast forward, how many years later? 4 years later, then it's an emergency. You know, and I know corporates because they deal with disaster management. So it was now an emergency. So the question is, this suggestion by the Minister of Finance, one of the highest officials in government, that was clear in quote unquote, an instruction to intervene to avoid a crisis. Where did it fall in the cracks? Now we're running after 20 children have died. You know, so you can see that the audit function is quite a key thing. And what I like about how corporates are operating is that the audit chairperson is often somebody from outside who really should be able to independently tell you that no, that you are losing the plot here, you are losing the plot there. So that's an excellent suggestion to keep an eye on the ball. Right. Next table. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tsapo Shabang. I'm wearing 2 hats, one for Auditor General of South Africa and the other one for SAIGA, the South African Institute of Government Auditors. I'm a council member there. For me, the status quo cannot remain going forward. Those days of having stacks and stacks of invoices before you, and burning them at oil, and think that you are auditing are gone. So we need to embrace AI. Like my boss said yesterday, we've already started the journey, still teething, but at least started. And forums like this give us hope. We are on the right track. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, can I just take 3 more before we get our keynote speaker to kick us off for the day?
Morning, everyone. Morning, Prof.
Yes, morning.
My name is Lamli Pisa. I am from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. I operate in the municipal space. My takeaway from the symposium is that I would like to see AI change the manner in which we report, from reporting on a post basis to reporting a more preemptive and risk-focused basis. I'll give you an example. We sit with municipalities that have infrastructure that is dilapidating before us and know it. So I've seen in industry that it's not really something that's been implemented yet, but there are guys in the province that's down there, in the Western, that have started in identifying or using to perform risk maturity assessments on their infrastructure. This allows municipalities to beforehand have an idea of what the exact state municipal infrastructure is, to assess whether your municipal infrastructure is near collapse or is in good condition. And it also avoids you having these unnecessary delay service delivery process. So for me, the key takeaway would be that can we change the way, or can we use AI to change the way in which we report from more of a post basis, but more of a forward-looking and risk-based focus. Thank you.
Yeah. So may I ask you, just because you are from a provincial treasury, how can we avoid returning money to treasury? Is there something that auditors can do to intervene? Because when they explain, they say, no, you can't just spend money willy-nilly, etc. And if you contrast that with what you have just said, the municipal protests and what, because they will say, we need a school here. They'll say, no, there's no money for this, there's no money for that. And then the next minute you hear that they return the money.
Yes. Prof, that is one of my biggest headaches in my day-to-day.
Sure.
But maybe quickly, I would think that better planning in our municipalities is a severe need. We can't keep throwing money at municipalities that is either going to be misused or not used for the intended purpose. I'll give you a particular example. Municipalities are burdened with a lot of responsibilities to ensure that there is sustainable service delivery. However, you find that a particular municipality will not have the right people in the PMU department. They're not planning in line with their IDP or whatever else that needs to be planned in with. And they're basically not project ready, so to put it, you know. So that is one of my biggest headaches in that I look at conditional grants as a source of funding that should be used entirely, but I can't speak on because of the role that I'm in. You find that we do, as a province, return back a lot of money. But
my goodness.
But to get to a stage where you are project ready, first and foremost, you need to make sure that the institutional arrangement and that the governance in the municipality is
it's in order, yeah.
Yes. And we need to make sure that we basically have consequences in place for people who may not be doing what they're supposed to be doing. But I mean, we can the whole day about what needs to be done. But in my
please, can you do something?
Yes, but in my day-to-day, the biggest frustration is that we find ourselves with municipalities that are basically not project ready, and as a result, they lose very key forms.
You are working on a solution.
Yes, that is what I'm.
All right, that's what's important.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, last input. Anybody? All right, let's take a last input there before we welcome our keynote speaker.
Justice. My takeaway is to try and convince my principals with, however, there are issues of confidentiality and everything on the information that we're dealing with, but we just need to look at how we can better cross that bridge to make sure that fully implement continuous auditing as our organization is busy modernizing the operations. Thank you.
No, thank you. The Justice Department, or if you like, that whole pillar of the state is one of the last hopes that we have to try and push back whatever else is happening. So, as they say, then if you are going to be the arbiter, you got to be clean yourself, which is not always possible, but it's something that you need to strive for. So good luck with that, and make sure that the judiciary is in a sense leading by example in that regard. Okay, I hope that has given some pointers, Prof. Modisani, of what can be something that comes out of here that can energize the landscape a little bit. Professor Mervyn King needs no introduction. As it happens, your life can be quite a humorous experience sometimes. As they say, we make plans and God laughs. So now I get home and say, how was your day? You know, I'm sure you do that at home, you know, where you ask your wife or partner, how was your day? And so on. They say, yeah, no, she just happens to be a company secretary somewhere. And that was a day of an audit committee. So one of your colleagues was the chair, and they happened to ask her what Mervyn King says about some or other thing they were discussing there, which she didn't know. And I just said, I heard the word audit the whole day, right? So I'm not sure where Mervyn King is not quoted in all of the boardrooms and what have you. And it's a privilege to be able to just listen to him and hear his perspectives about what is going on, the state of governance, and whether actually we are making strides, and all of these reports that are sent out there, do people really do they take them serious, and where are the gaps that can still be filled? Let's welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Mervyn King.
Well, good morning, everybody. I did send through some slides. I don't know where they are. Up. Right. It's an example of tech. You got it? Not on the screen. Right. It's on the screen. It's a pleasure for me to be here at Unisa, one of our great institutions in South Africa. And amazing how many students have gone through Unisa by correspondence, if nothing else. I've privileged to my alma mater is Wits, and on the 30th of June, we are opening at the Wits Business School the Wits Mervyn King Center in Corporate Governance and Sustainability. So that will be absolutely interesting to be consulted on people's governance and sustainability issues with access to expertise in engineering and medicine, whatever you like at the university. And it's also interesting globally that there is a compliance panic happening in the world in regard to sustainability reporting. I think all of you here will know that there are essentially three great institutions on sustainability reporting. We've got the EFRAG for the European Union. We've got IFRS. We apply the IASB financial reporting standards, as you all know. And they established the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board standards, in which they've incorporated fragments out of the Integrated Reporting Framework, and as well as the SASB standards, Sustainability Accountancy Standards Board of San Francisco in the US. Now, the difference between the GRI standards, of which I'm Chair Emeritus, I was the Chair, and the ISSB standards is that at the GRI, the initiative we started then known as the Global Reporting Initiative, we looked at sustainability, how the company performs in producing its product, and what impact it has on the economy, society, and the environment for sustainable development. SASB, on the other hand, built standards for 77 industries, looking at sustainability from the outside in. They said, to get to enterprise value, you must see how those three critical pillars of sustainable development, the economy, society, and the environment, is impacting on the company. The European Union took the inside-out standards of the GRI and the outside-in standards of the ISSB and incorporated it into their CSRDs, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directives, which was double materiality, inside out and outside in. It was very quickly realized that this was too voluminous, and the EU Parliament set up a task group, and EFRAG is the acronym for it. The EFRAG worked with a group of parliamentarians to dilute those standards to make it easier to comply with those standards. In South Africa, in terms of our Companies Act, we have a section which creates the Financial Reporting Standards Council. And if you look at the section, it gives that statutory body the power to select what international standard of financial reporting we should adopt in South Africa. And as you all know, we adopted the IASB, International Accounting Standards Board standards of the IFRS. The standard deals only with financial statements. So the FRSC only has power to select the standard of financial reporting. In order to have a standard, an international standard to report on sustainability issues, which in my judgment will be mandated globally over the next 2 years, we have to go to Parliament and amend our Companies Act to include the power of that body to be able to appoint people to what I believe is going to be changed to the Corporate Reporting Standards Council. And people with sustainability expertise to decide what is in the best long-term interest of the health of South Africa. Which international standard should we select? Because we trade internationally, and it has to be an international standard. I am in discussion with the European Union, with the IFRS, and the GRI. And all of them are now trying to align their standards. And I'm afraid the Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Parks-Tau, and Len Koner, the chair of the FRSC, are not certain what to do. So we are going to take a couple of years to sort our sustainability reporting out. Meanwhile, we will be trading over the next 2 years. And we will have to do sustainability reporting. And now comes the question of the importance of integrated thinking and doing an integrated report. Because think about operationally, you don't have the financial aspects and the non-financial aspects in two silos. These things are integrated 24/7. And so the philosophy was built up, and the International Integrated Reporting Council was launched at St. James's Palace in London with Prince Charles, now King Charles, and myself. And that showed how to think on an integrated basis, dealing with, in building a business model, for example, looking at the economic, social, and environmental issues of the company. And the sustainability reporting and the financial reporting just cannot be in two silos because it's not reality, and they have to be integrated. IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, accept that, but I'm afraid we still do not have the tools to think about this and to apply what standard we're going to adopt internationally. So this morning, okay, I want to take you back to the 17th and 19th century to give you an understanding of where we are from a governance point of view. And I've set out the complications we have as I'm standing before you. In the 17th to the middle of the 19th century, there was no limited liability company as we know it today. There was wealthy families who formed association of persons and provided the working capital to start a new business. But eventually they got tired of being the owner, and when the business failed, they were liable to all the creditors and all the employees still. And they said, we're not going to provide this working capital anymore. The government of the day, sounds familiar, said, no, we must do it. because we have to make sure there are more jobs created. Well, the debate then started, do we create a legal fiction of a company which has limited liability? There was great opposition to this, especially from the clergy, who said, who are we to create a person? Only the Almighty can create a person. And Lord Thurlow, who was one of the head clergymen at the time, 1844, said, we're going to create a person that has no soul to be damned and no body to be kicked. And it's a person you're creating that's got no conscience and is incapacitated. We can't do this. Notwithstanding, by 1855, the Limited Liability Act was passed in the United Kingdom, then followed Massachusetts and America, and as you know, it went worldwide. Well, what was the benefit of that? The benefit of that was that you would have a company which you would, like a cake, you'd slice a piece of cake off, and that person would pay £100, let's say, for 10% of the cake. And that £100 would be a subscription to the capital of the company. And that would be the end of the shareholders' liability. So the consequence of that was, if the business failed, creditors first, then employees, shareholders at the back of the queue. That was the concomitant of their protection at a limited liability. Well, these wealthy families, of course, appointed members of their family as directors, because the governance architecture was to appoint people to steer the company. And as a result, other stakeholders saw them as the owners of the company. And there was a focus on directors making sure that there was increased profit and increased dividends for the owners, the shareholders. Well, this led to the primacy of the shareholder, which, as you know, went right through the 20th century. And the famous case of Dodge Brothers versus Henry Ford in 1919. The Ford Motor Company in 1919 made extraordinary profit of $65 million. And he publicly said that his board had decided to use the money to further modernize the plant to make the Model T Ford, and to increase the wages of the employees to get them to work longer hours and weekends to meet the demand for the product. The Dodge brothers, who were a minority shareholder in the Ford Motor Company Limited and later became a competitor, said, you cannot do that. You've got to make sure that there's a preferential dividend paid out of this extraordinary profit to the owners of the company, the shareholders. It went to the Michigan Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld that argument, saying the primary stakeholder of a company is the shareholder. And the company, the board of Henry Ford, or the Ford Motor Company, should first declare a dividend to the shareholders before thinking of spending money on increasing the wages of employees. So look how society has changed. That kind of court order today would cause a public outcry. And when you think about ownership, I own a pen in my pocket. I can take it, throw it away, I can give it to somebody in this room. I can break it. These are the attributes of ownership. Because of the concept of limited liability, the company owns its own assets, has its own liabilities. And the shareholders have no right to those assets, and they have none of the liabilities. So they had none of the attributes of ownership. But it took years of work. My discussing it with Harvard, it did a fantastic amount of work on this. And eventually it was accepted that their shareholders were not the owners of the company. By 1987, in the 20th century, we saw this making sure that the board increased profits, increased share price, increased the dividend paid to shareholders, although it was being subsidized by society and the environment during the 20th century, was changing. And the United Nations appointed the Brundtland Commission in 1987, headed by Brundtland, who was Prime Minister, former Prime Minister of Sweden. And a lady, she said, well-known conclusion of that commission, that there are three pillars for sustainable development: the economy, society, and the environment. Business is at the junction of all three. And in order to have sustainable development and to make sure the planet can sustain those who come after us, we have a duty to consider those three pillars in making business judgment calls on behalf of the company. Research in 95 showed we'd reached what is called ecological overshoot. We individually, but much more so the limited liability companies around the world, were using natural assets faster than nature was regenerating them. At the same time, population was increasing. You put that all together, it equals disaster. This started the initiative, which became known as the Global Reporting Initiative, of which I became the chair. Working with the United Nations, I was at the time the chair of the United Nations on Governance and Oversight. And we said, we have to give some guidance to companies to report on these so-called non-financial aspects, eventually known as ESG aspects. So that slide up there shows you at the end of the 20th century, Ocean Tomo, which is a corporate research house in America. Extraordinary how the makeup of the market capitalization of companies on the great stock exchanges of the world. And here's an example of the S&P, which great companies in the world are listed. In 1975, the bulk was 83% of the market cap of the company was represented in the balance sheet, the profit and loss statement, the financial statements. By 1995, it was only 32%. Turned into the 21st century, it went down to 20%. So what had happened was that investors were starting to see that unless a company got their business model right, that they were strategically thinking of the impact on the company and the company's impact on the environment and society, that first of all, society would not support that company. And secondly, they were doing complete harm to planet Earth. And it would not be sustainable, certainly by the end of this century, for those who come after us. The result was the formation of these bodies, which I started talking about while the techies were fixing this up, to do standards of sustainability reporting. And they are international standards. So at the International Integrated Reporting Council, which was formed at St. James's Palace between Accounting for Sustainability, Prince Charles's Trust, now King Charles, and the Global Reporting Initiative, of which I'm now Chair Emeritus. And we said these things have to be integrated because operationally they're not separated, the financial and the non-financial aspects. And they should be reported as such. But there were these two models, inside out and outside in. In 2019, I was fortunate enough as chair of the IRC to speak at a conference in London where the executives of these non-for-profit entities that had sprung up because of the space of sustainability reporting taking on greater importance than financial reporting. And there were about 300 of them in the room. So we now had TCFD, TCND. I don't have to go on. You know what I'm talking about. We had an alphabet soup, all these acronyms all around. And what were they all trying to do? They were trying to get to a global comprehensive corporate reporting system. And one was working on one aspect, and one was working on another aspect, another was working on the same aspect. My definition of materiality on social issues is better than your definition. So there was competition. At that conference, when I spoke, I said, it is a social outrage that you're spending money and you're all getting funded from the same sources. Instead of adopting SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is collaboration and not competition, you should all be collaborating. This led to the merger of a lot of these bodies, the inside-out standards, the outside-in standards, and had a focus, led to a focus in integrated thinking and doing an integrated report. So that looks like a spider's web, and it is a spider's web. We now have IOSCO, which is the international body which monitors the stock exchanges in the world, including the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. They're the monitoring body for the International Financial Reporting Standards Board, which underneath it you have the International Accounting Standards Board standards, which we adopt. They acquired the Value Reporting Foundation, where we, the IRC, SASB, and TCFD had merged to try and stop this competition and try and get collaboration, formed the Value Reporting Foundation, which was acquired by the IFRS, which then established the International Sustainability Standards Board. But the International Financial Reporting Standards Board, through the ISSB, drew up a draft set of standards which focused on the outside-in approach and introduced the principle of interoperability. Now, the techie that was up here and other people in the room that might be IT technical experts will know that interoperability is a word used in the technical world. where one system is not speaking to the other, and then you create words to start linking them so they can't talk to each other. Well, the ISSB has used the word of interoperability on this basis. They've said, well, if you report on our standards, but we accept that the boards have a duty to report anything which is material, defined as matter and as something happening in a company, which, if reported, would, as a matter of probability, influence the mind of the user, whether he, she, or it should carry on dealing with the company, granting it credit, or whatever the stakeholder was doing. Then, on a principle of interoperability, you can report an impact on those three pillars that's happening from the activities inside the company. And you can, if you want to, adopt a GRI guideline or the European Union guideline. So I put the question to ChatGPT research. 25 minutes later, came back about 2 pages and said, in the end result, that would be a double materiality report, the same as the EU standard, both inside out and outside in. Well, those three bodies, the EU, the IFRS, and the GRI, are speaking. And as late as yesterday evening at 6 o'clock, I was on the line to them. And they're speaking about trying to align these standards, because otherwise we're going to have an Eton mess in regard to sustainability reporting. For those who don't know what an Eton mess is a famous English school where in the 1850s the Queen went to watch her grandchildren play cricket, and she'd agreed to stay for lunch. So the chef and his helpers in the kitchen prepared a strawberry pavlova for dessert for the Queen. At the cricket pavilion, there was an old Labrador that lived there. The kitchen was very busy, so the chef took this pavlova, put it on the floor and covered it. The Labrador came and looked around, where can I lie down? No, that looks a comfortable place, and lay on the pavlova, squashed it. So there was panic in the kitchen, but not the chef, not the head chef. Just took the cover off, took it, mixed up the meringue and the berries and the cream and everything, and put this mixed pavlova into big red wine glasses and served that as dessert. And that became known as the Eton mess of desserts. You go to great restaurants in England, you'll see that on the dessert menu. What we have now in regard to sustainability reporting is an Eton mess. Because, again, you've got a situation where they're saying, and the Americans are saying, it's better to have sustainability looked at from the outside in. How the economy, society, and the environment is impacting on enterprise value. Whereas the Europeans are saying, hang on a second, and the GRI is saying, we accept that like a coin that's got two sides. But the important thing is to look at the activities of a company, how they make its product, and how they actually impact on those three critical aspects of sustainable development. So that's what's going to face our Corporate Reporting Standards Council. Right. Innovations in corporate reporting. Well, we know we went to integrated thinking and integrated reporting. And the JSE now, in desperation, has drafted guidelines for companies in South Africa to report on climate change and sustainability matters, taking a bit out of each of these three great standards. So we are beyond financial reporting. Financial reporting is critical, but it's not sufficient for boards to discharge their duty of accountability. Because, as I've pointed out to you, that the ESG factors now form a greater part of the makeup of the market cap of companies than the financial matters. Sustainability reporting is critically but patently. If a company just did a sustainability report and no financials, it would not be sufficient to discharge the duty of accountability. Likewise, the two silos of reporting is divorced from reality and doesn't discharge the duty of accountability. And it's interesting looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, where the UN says all these things are integrated. So value today is the creation, preservation, or erosion of value. You actually, as a board, look at that and you think on an integrated basis in making business judgment calls and developing the strategy of the company. Because of the importance of these resources, which you'll see on the screen. In the IR framework, we call them capitals: financial capital, manufactured capital, human capital, intellectual, natural, social. So let's take a business making a skin lotion out of coconut oil, with coconut oil as the natural acid. The process is you pour the coconut oil into the plant and machinery. Intellectual and human capital comes along and adds other ingredients. Financial resources have paid for the plant and machinery. The plant and machinery work, and you make your product. The product goes out to society. And the relationship between the company and society is a very important stakeholder, obviously. So you will see operationally all these things are integrated. And we cannot report them in two silos and leave it to the user. Well, we can, but I don't think the board then is discharging its responsibility, because it is the most informed body of persons, and it can show how the sustainability and the financial have worked together. So there is a diagram which shows you these resources going into a company, and the round blue circle is the activities inside the company making the product. And eventually the product goes out. It has an impact on the very resources which went into the company and those three pillars for sustainable development. So we have this new integrated thinking. And I talk to all these bodies around the world. Let me give you an assurance that integrated thinking has gone global. There are very few, if any, limited liability companies or any organization that still thinks in silos. You'll see agenda items there which we've never seen on boards, certainly not till about 10 years ago. But a lot of boards have some of those items as agenda items, inputs to outcomes. You put the coconut oil in, you have this whole process, and the outcome is your product. What are the impacts you've had on those three pillars for sustainable development? So some companies put that as an agenda item discussed. Stakeholder relationships, absolutely critical. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange and the large banks some 25 years ago, when it was decided that we at the stock exchange are going to move from manual sales. Remember those little pieces of paper they used to pass around? Buy 1,000 standard banks, sell. Brokers used to pass it around over the chain. And we had to become, like the rest of the world, digital. And Straight was formed. Share transactions, absolutely electronic. It was a statutory body. And the stock exchange and the banks asked me to chair the organization. And we, in terms of the statute, we had to monitor the custodians because you no longer had a share certificate under your mattress. You had a recording, digital recording on a screen of the custodian, let's say Standard Bank. We had to monitor their performance. And of course, trading, we were in control of trading as well. And we had to, from time to time, fine some of the banks or some of the other custodians of these digital shares for not complying with the statute. And there was great unhappiness about this. And at a board meeting, I proposed that we appoint a corporate stakeholder relationship officer. And one of the criterion that he or she had to have been a chief executive. And to talk to these major banks and to their officers and the stock exchange and actually find out what their unhappiness was and get them to start cooperating and work together. I put the inspectorate on the 4th floor of a building and the trading part of Straight on the 3rd floor. So not only was there a Chinese wall, they were in fact separated. And it took that stakeholder relationship officer some 18 years to get harmony between the stock exchange and the major banks. So a lot of companies today have an agenda item, stakeholder relationships, because management is dealing with the stakeholders and they report what the relationship is with your major stakeholders. IT governance and cybersecurity. Two of the great risks to business in the 21st century, cybersecurity and climate change. And a lot of companies have it on their agendas. Supply chain. If you're a clothing manufacturer listed on the London Stock Exchange, but your main supplier of fabric is a company in Chennai in India, the company in India is using child labor in order to cut expenditure, and that becomes known. Well, the next morning on the stock exchange, you could lose 50% of your market cap. It's happened. It's a fact. It's happened with many companies. So a lot of companies today put supply chain as an agenda item. They want to make sure that their major suppliers are practicing good governance, that they seem to be a responsible corporate citizen in Chennai. The risks and opportunities of climate change, and then value creation, preservation, or erosion. Are we actually eroding some part of planet Earth, for example? So governance has changed from a set of rules or a set of guidelines to applying certain principles to try and ensure that you achieve 4 outcomes: an ethical culture and effective leadership. Culture is something internal, and I like the American definition, doing things around here when no one is watching us. But as the late Sir Adrian Cadbury and I discussed many times, external stakeholders see the characteristics of a company. I'm a South African. I've got a South African culture, but I've got characteristics. Exactly the same with a company. Your external stakeholder doesn't see that internal culture. They see the characteristics. Are we creating value, but in a sustainable manner, not subsidized by society and or the environment? Adequate and effective controls, informed oversight. Internal audit with the assistance of AI and other technology is becoming more and more critical in having systems in your company. Is there trust and confidence in your company, in the community in which you operate? And do they see it to have legitimacy of operations? If you lose that trust and confidence, they don't see you as a responsible corporate citizen, your business can fail. Ethics. A director is a guardian of the business. He guards the assets and the business affairs of the business. He needs integrity, intellectual honesty, competency, capacity. No, look good having someone competent, but they're overcapacitated. One of the problems in Steinhoff are being responsible in what you're doing. A is making sure you're accountable on all material matter which could probably influence the mind of a user. Fairness is F for fairness, knowing and understanding the needs, interests, and expectations of your stakeholders. So when you make that business judgment call in the best long-term interest of the health of the company, it will benefit one stakeholder more than another, and you can explain to them why. And if you get that right for years, make decisions in the best long-term interest of the health of the company, it balances out how the benefits go to the various stakeholders. Faults and characteristics I've discussed. And of course, directors should make decisions in the long-term best interest of the health of the company. So we are all using AI these days. Is it regulated? The answer is no. The Biden administration imposed some regulation. The Trump administration has deleted all those regulations, saying they want the USA to be seen as the leader in artificial intelligence. And they don't want regulation restricting the entrepreneurial thinking of the people steering AI. So you become a subscriber of AI tool, let's say research, which I use. If you look at AI, you use it, you entering into a contract with the owners of the artificial intelligence. And the question is, what are they undertaking to you when they do their research and they spell out an answer to your question? They undertake that they will research it and test it. And these tests will be safe and secure. They undertake extraordinary undertakings given by them to be compatible with the ideals of human dignity, rights, freedom, and cultural diversity. They undertake that AI's modeling techniques are fit for purpose. They undertake that AI's quality assurance is effective and capable of detecting erroneous patterns in data. Such issues include, now look at the influence of the Trump administration. Search culture and DEI is avoided. Well, that's what the Trump administration has said. And AI said, we make sure we appoint people of competence, but we don't necessarily carry out DEI, equity and inclusiveness. Ethics and values, transparency, responsibility, personal privacy, shared benefit, human control. The longer term issues, we promise you capability, risks, common good, and global concern. We will watch those things. So technology is a major enabler of corporate reporting. And it's not only associated with external reporting. It enables better decision making, particularly in internal auditing. Dr. Rainer Lenz, who's one of the leading authorities on internal auditing today, has just written a book, The Garden of Governance. And he says the garden, where you plant the principles of governance, is really to be found in internal auditing, and advances the question of combined assurance, internal and external auditing working together. So technology is getting departments to be more integrated and to work together. So human resource actually knows who's in the financial department, and they work together, and the company thinks on an integrated. So let me just conclude by saying this. The world is not what it used to be. It's changed, and it will change dramatically in the next 5 years. Our president is going overseas to visit President Trump. I hope he doesn't get silencied. But we don't know, because I find, with respect to President Trump, I think the Prince of Unpredictability is not an unfair appellation of President Trump. But we have the question of unpredictability with tariffs. The whole world trades internationally today, so we have to be careful with that. We have the benefit of AGOA, which I think protects about 400,000 jobs in South Africa. We can't afford to lose that. So the meeting between our president and President Trump is of great importance. In effect, what they will be discussing is the world that we find today. We are moving from an over-regulated world to self-regulation. Self-regulation, I'm a great believer in cutting red tape, but don't, in doing so, cut corners. We must be careful. Thank you very much for listening. Have we got time for questions? Right. Questions? Yes, ma'am. This lady here.
Different from the intellectual capital.
Do you think there's some space for a new seventh capital?
I don't think so. I think, instead of using the word capital, use the word resources and relationships. If you look at intellectual capital and human capital working together, you actually will have the application of mind in regard to technology. And I think the resource of technological application to systems or whatever you're going to do in the company is covered by those two resources in integrated thinking. But that's why the social aspect is so important, because relationships, I think, with stakeholders and with, yes, systems. So when you ask AI ChatGPT research a question, you've got a relationship with a stakeholder on your intellectual capacity. And as I've put on the screen for you, you've got the law of contract now takes over. You've got a contract between, and they've made huge undertakings to you as the researcher. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that develops. I don't believe that, I can't see our government passing any regulations in regard to AI technology. I think it'll be very difficult for them to do that. So I think we can apply original intellectual thinking to it. So, but I don't think we need to create another resource in the integrated thinking model.
Okay. Any other question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You spoke a lot about integrated reporting and everything, but what about the issue of the assurance towards integrated reporting?
Okay, what has happened is quite an extraordinary thing. Is the IAASB, International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, is gone ahead of the standard setters. And if you look at IASE 5000, they've actually developed standards, international standards of auditing to have a reasonable assurance of sustainability reports and integrated reports. And in the omnibus project of the EU to dilute the voluminous reporting under those standards, one of the things they've said is that for the next 5 years, we should maybe just have limited assurance until we actually start perfecting it, and then move to reasonable assurance and then absolute assurance. So, as I say, it's an extraordinary thing when you think that we still don't have, in the majority of countries in the world, have not yet adopted a specific international standard of sustainability reporting, and yet we have an international standard of assurance of sustainability reporting.
Okay, one more, last question.
Thank you so much. In your closing remark, you talked about over-regulation and self-regulation. I'm thinking in a South African context where ethical dilemmas are things that we face each and every day. How then do you suggest that in the government environment we manage and we strike the balance between the two?
Well, I think what's going to happen with trying to cut down on red tape in South Africa is you're going to have industry-specific bodies formed. So let's take, for example, motor car manufacturing in South Africa. You'll actually have a body formed, let's say the motor car manufacturing members. They will lay down standards for their members. They will see where the motor car manufacturers have impacted adversely on society and the environment, for example. They will include in their code of conduct for their members how they need to deal with this adverse impact on society and the environment. They must include in that constitution the enforceability of what they're saying, the ability to fine members who don't comply. And the question of corporate reporting becomes more and more important when you have self-regulation. So you actually need to enhance that. So when a board's thinking, is this material, should I disclose it? Would it influence the mind of a user? I would say that if you've got self-regulation, rather lean towards disclosing than not disclosing. And so with enhanced reporting, the ability of enforcing the code of conduct laid down by that body for motor car manufacturers, I think you can you reduce government expenditure, which is good for the taxpayer. You have a specific focus on that industry, which I think is another positive. But as I said, be careful cutting red tape. You might cut corners. Just make sure that you covered everything, that the motor car manufacturer is still doing it in a proper and useful manner.
Thank you. A round of applause for keynote speaker.
Thank you.
Unisa, please to proceed to the gift there. Okay, we're going to move rapidly into our next session. Can I please invite Professor Philip Filma Kutsia, please, Department of Auditing and the Tshwane University of Technology, to come up and introduce you can invite your panelists.
Yes.
Yeah. And carry on. You've got 30 minutes. You've got 30 minutes with your panel.
No.
We truncating, you got 30 and then every 30 minutes.
Okay.
Take the whole hour.
Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I know so many of you, and I see there's a lot of academia here. So before I say anything further, I'm first going to invite my panelists that they also attend or come and join me on the platform. I'm going to start. We've got 3 ladies and we have 1 gentleman. So I thought, let's start with the thorn in the rose, because we've got some roses here, beautiful roses. So we'll start with the thorn. Professor Houdini Fourie. He is currently at the Nelson Mandela University in Kgorong. He's got 30 years experience with academia. I'm not going to mention all the places that he has been. He's got a doctorate in commerce. He's also a professional accountant, and he's very much active in the research arena. Maybe some of you were his students, I'm not sure. He roughly has 30 scholarly articles, and he's got quite a few doctorate students that he supervised. He also have been on the accreditation committee of IRBA, the examination board of the South African Institute of Government Auditors, and he was also on the board of directors for the IIA. So just welcome, Prof, and hopefully you will give us some nice input. The next person I'm inviting is Professor Letiwe Nzama Sitole. You have met her yesterday, but she is an associate professor and deputy head in the Department of Commercial Accounting at the University of Joburg. She has got 19 years of experience. You should actually count all these years, and then you'll see the amount of experience you have. I'm also with Auditing. I also have 30 years. No, I've got 35 years experience, so winning him a bit. She holds a PhD in auditing, and she's also a CIA. She's a passionate Toastmaster and keynote speaker, and she inspires and empowers youth and women. I like that part of her CV. She is a board member of the IIA South Africa, and also she is sitting on the trustee of the University of Joburg's pension fund. She received quite a number of awards. For example, the IISA Educator of the Year in 2022. And she was also the top 10 finalist for the Junior Chamber International South African 10 Outstanding Young Persons. I think that is an achievement. So then we have Dr. Audrey Legordi. Audrey? Welcome. She has been, or she is the chair of the Department of Auditing at Unisa at the moment, and she is the co-author of a book entitled Enhancing Effective Public Sector Governance, Effectiveness of Audit Committees in South African Municipality. May I say I'm the other author? She is also a registered RGA. She holds her doctorate from Unisa, and she has 2 decades. So now you must add another 20 years to that level of commitment on this platform. She contributes to several community development initiatives driven by a strong conviction that everybody is entitled to a dignified life. So thank you, Audrey, for that. Then the last panel member is Dr. Blanche Steyn. You see all the ladies? Dr. Blanche Steyn holds a PhD from UKZN, I think, yes. She's a chartered accountant. She's also an ACMA. It's an Associate Certified Management Accountant, a Certified Global Management Accountant, a Certified Information Systems Auditor, and a Certified Internal Auditor. She has got many professional designations. So on the research front, she received a Best Paper Award. She also was a winner of an Early Career Research Award from Monash. She started her career at Unisa, moved to Monash, and then to the University of Pretoria, where she is currently. And also with her, around about 30 years experience. So you can just add all those years of experience, and you will see there's really an enormous amount of knowledge on the stand. Okay, so I will ask a few questions, but I just want to say a few words before we start with Prof. Mervyn King. Thank you for your encouraging the speech and the information, and you ended and said world is changing drastically. And so our topic for today was the future of AI and auditing, but I thought all of these are academia, and there's many academics in the room. And even if you're not an academic, you probably appoint students that comes through these academia's hands. Am I correct? So my question is, or I changed the topic a little bit and said future of AI and auditing within academia. So I added that little section there because I think that was not covered during the program. So Prof. King specifically spoke about sustainability. He spoke about consequences of decisions or not making decisions for that. And he also said the world is changing extremely fast. And obviously, I'm seeing it more and more, how AI and continuous auditing, which is a part of AI, is changing the way things are being done. Those of you that were here yesterday would have seen the changes in the way auditing has been being conducted. And if we in the classroom is not keeping up to that, I mean, even now I'm more in research, so I see students, their papers come in, you send it through, turn it in. We all know what that is, the plagiarism program. And then you see the amount of information that comes from AI. So not that I think that is all bad. I think I'm one of those educators that think we must embrace the new technology. But we have to be careful. At the end of the day, we do not want robots. We want people to can think and do. And I think that is the important part for me from the academic side. So our mandate in the classroom is academia, is to prepare our students for the workplace. I'm seeing all 26 universities with the Department of Higher Education at the moment. And the one thing that is coming out all the time is, what is your mandate? The end result, I want to see people being employed. That's it. If we don't see that, then the government is wasting their money. So there's quite a few things that we need to think about. Another thing that I think we need to do is, auditing has always been an ethical profession. How do we bring in the ethics within AI in the classroom? So I'm going to ask 3 questions, and I'll explain how I got to that. But before I ask those 3 questions to our panelists, the first thing I want to ask them, and I'm asking the question in a general context, do you think our South African higher education institutions are ready, or another word could be, are they mature to introduce AI in the classroom? I just want now a yes or no. You may elaborate on this question a bit later, but I want now only a yes or a no. It doesn't have to be for your own institution. You all work in other environments as well. So it's about a general feeling of AI in the classroom in South Africa.
At the moment, no.
Okay.
I would say not yet.
Okay, so we have 3 no's for now and 1 yes. Let's ask the question at the end again. Okay, so as I said, DHET that governs our 26 public entities, public universities, after a lot of discussions, basically there's 3 things that's important to them. The only 3 things. There's a lot of things. And remember, most of our funding for our universities do come from them. It's billions of rands that we are talking about that goes to universities and to our students via NSFAS. So what are we doing with that money? So I'm going to ask 3 questions that talks about their needs, and obviously that links to the university's role. The first one is return on investment, and that is employability. So I will start this side again. I'll mix it up a bit, but let's start this question on this side. Regarding the employability of our higher education auditing, specifically auditing or in internal auditing students, how important is AI readiness, both in auditing, AI within the business environment, and using AI to conduct audits, both sides. So auditing AI in your organization, but also being able to use AI to conduct your audits. How important do you think that should be, and how do we do that?
In terms of importance, I would say it's non-negotiable. We don't have a choice anymore. AI development currently is a hype. It is developing exponentially. purely if you do not keep up, you're going to lag behind. AI will and can enhance the efficiency of internal auditors. So if you are not going to get onto this bandwagon, you're going to be left behind, and then your job might become redundant. So for protecting or preserving our jobs, we need to be keeping ourselves up to date with what the technology is going to expect or demand of us. Then we as academics or as universities, higher education institutions, we need to think of when the first year student enrolls and walks into the classroom, we must think 4, 5 years ahead for when that person graduates. And we must at this stage already start preparing that individual for being work ready when graduating and entering the workplace. So we can't as academics now sit and wait for something to happen or something to come to us. We will have to be proactive and get something on the go as soon as we can. The curricula that we have must be redesigned, and that must be a dynamic curricula that can actually have an open-ended outcome that we can amend as technology develops. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, it will always be the end in mind, where we say, who are we producing? And education is a game changer. When we look at the SSA first quarter 2025 results in terms of unemployment rate, where we had 32.9% of unemployment rate, and when you look at those who are only with no matric, they are 39%. But when you look at those with matric and undergrad qualifications, the unemployment rate is 11%, which indicates that education is a key and it drives employment. So when we have educated graduates who are future fit, who are needed by industry, we will be able to ensure that the unemployment rate is reduced. But now, who are we producing? Are they relevant? We need to now check, what does the industry require, the supply and demand. So now going back to SDG 17, where we say we collaborate, education would need to be intentional in collaborating with industry, ensuring that the skills that we impart to the students are the skills required by industry. So AI is a game changer, and academics need to be intentional, and the university as well, ensuring that proper infrastructures in place and tools that will assist academics to transfer the skills, and also the students to be exposed of what is required in industry. So when they get to industry, there's no culture shock. They contribute fruitfully to the organization and the economy of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that is very true. The employability of students and the higher, I think I'm not talking doctorate or masters, but I definitely think up to about honors. Those individuals, the unemployment rate is much lower. But for how long? Because I have now heard about certain organizations saying, I will not employ that university's ex-students because they cannot do the job. They do not have the knowledge and the skills. So you remember in the old days when I entered academia, academia was all about knowledge transfer. But it's now also about skills transfer. Somebody said this morning, it must be practical. I think it was Cameron that said it must be practical. We need to be able to, the student must come in, new employee, be able to do the work. And I think that's where we sometimes miss the boat in our training at university levels. Dr. Audrey?
Thank you, Prof. We must look at the investment that the business has put into developing AI tools for auditing. Just for companies now, they are counting about 6.4 billion that has been invested in AI. KPMG is working with Microsoft. PwC, they're working with GPT. They've incorporated GPT in their audit services, audit, tax, and other consulting services. So it is something that we have to do as academics, and we have to do it now. What is good though with other firms like Deloitte, they have academies. where, for instance, students, graduates that are coming in without the skills, they can at least train them. But it is up to us that we need to train our students. But there is a challenge for open distance learning that we need to take into account. You know, it's different from contact. And, you know, we need to answer questions as to how we're going to service those large numbers of students who are, we're only seeing them virtually. You know, they're not coming to labs, they don't have lecturers that can guide them. So that is another aspect that we need to look into, especially for open distance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And that different language setting that you can use for ChatGPT can help you get the students to tutor themselves. It can be used for explanations. It needn't always be used for auditing. It's also important at university, we do all our universities actually have really strong partnerships with industry. So we know AI is already used in industries. I can't afford not to teach my students AI because then I don't give industry the work-ready students they have, and we do track our employability of our students. How many of our students are employed? And my goal as a university lecturer is not for my students to graduate. My goal as a university lecturer is for my students to be employed. Because if they are the manager 5 years from now, they're going to come back to us and employ the next students. And that is, I think, one of the advantages we have in South Africa, especially in the auditing field. We have really strong industry connections, and the strong industry connections force us to keep up to date.
Thank you. Thank you. That was actually a very nice element that you brought in there about, and as I said, our main goal is not to try and graduate. That's a given. Your student must graduate, but to find a job. And I think this is not only for South Africa at the moment. I read a lot of information about our profession worldwide. Worldwide, there's a problem with employability. It's not just in South Africa. And then there's the question of, will AI take over the jobs of the auditors? I mean, we have asked that question. And yes, I think in some areas there will be things that will be done by a machine. But there's always that critical questions that must be asked and that a person should do to get the right answer. So the next question I want to ask is, I think a lot of you spoke about the cost implication, but we all know that our funds are limited at universities. And so practice-wise, how do we change the way we teach? Yes, we bring in AI. How do we bring it in? What is the practical scenario? Yes, work integrated learning can be one aspect. Some simulation in the classroom, etc. And also link with that, what are you doing and how are you implementing that? But also part of that is, how important is the basic principles of auditing still for a new student entering, let's say, auditing 200, second year auditing? I always remember that the auditing was always the difficult subject because it's complex. It's not accounting. You had that in undergraduate. You all know you must pay tax. So tax is not so difficult. Budgeting, everybody knows a little bit about a budget. But when they get to auditing, they say, I haven't got a clue what this is. So how important is the basic principles still in the classroom, and how do you mix that, taking into account the cost that's involved, to the classroom, that you get a right mix to get the right output from the student? So let's start this time with, let's start with you.
Issue of time management, pillars we need to focus on, which is research, teaching, and community engagement. So if you become innovative as an academic, you get to lose time to focus on your research and also community engagement. So it's expensive for the university, but also for academics, they need to be more organized, but also share responsibilities amongst themselves, because it can be tricky. And also in terms of collaborating, because I like collaborating, not only outside, even within the university and within the department. I've seen, my colleague here mentioned KPMG and Deloitte. We at UJ, we have a privilege of PwC, who usually recruits our honor students and even gives them stimulation of what we teach in class. And not, when I say we, I'm referring to the School of Accounting, because we have Department of Commercial Accounting and Department of Accountancy at APK. So we collaborate amongst ourselves. Our former HOD as well, Lula Boys, had exposed the academics in terms of Alice that was presented yesterday. That shows that even if we don't have financial muscle to get the technologies, but we can bring the exposure to the academics and to the students. Within my department, commercial accounting, we have Forage that we use for third-year students, where we teach theory. However, the students get to go to the system, the Forage, where they get to simulate what have been taught theoretically, where there will be organizations, the demo of organizations that need to be audited. Then the students get to audit the organizations which are there. Then the lecturers will be there to supervise, ensure that the students understand the process that needs to be put in place when preparing working papers, also identifying weaknesses in terms of controls, and suggest what can be done to improve those controls. Then the system will give a recommended solution. Then the lecturers will be supervising and giving marks. There's a two-way. The lecturers empower students to be critical problem solvers and also be able to get a touch and feel of what is happening in industry. The student also gets to get a certificate. Another concept that we use to ensure that there's cost that is reduced for the universities is that we embrace guest lecturing. And yesterday we had Mr. Kgorong the ethical hacker, who he came, and multiple of colleagues from IIA attend to our guest lectures to expose students in terms of what is happening in practice. And when we are doing this internal auditing in terms of the textbook, what are we doing as IT auditors, internal auditors, external auditors? And students get to now see, do I want to venture into internal auditing, external auditing, or IT auditing based on what I've been exposed to by the guest speakers? So there are multiple ways where we can mitigate or limit the cost which can be imposed to the university by collaborating. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure you want to appoint those employees. I'm sure you want to employ those students. Let's give Prof. Fourie a chance.
Thank you. Yes, I concur with what my fellow panelist has brought up. Just remember, AI is in existence since around the 1950s. It's nothing new. We have gotten information. One of my colleagues attended the IIA Global's student conference in Orlando a week or two back. And the biggest takeaway that we got from that is that academics should stop teaching content and teach practice. And I think that's where we are in terms of AI. And the other thing I want to just bring to our attention is AI is a very, very broad term. It's like speaking of science or medicine or accounting. It is something that we must, as academia at this stage, decide what do we want to start using as a tool from AI or as an AI tool in enhancing our work as a lecturer or a professor or a student guide or a student mentor or a mentor for our colleagues. So I think important aspects to consider for higher education institutions is to make sure that we start upskilling our lecturing staff, the current staff. That would be a good way of transforming the technological abilities of the colleagues that we have to deal with. Surprising to me is that the older folk that I've been dealing with, including Prof. Niklas, are the people that are embracing technology and the developments and embracing AI tools in their working. Even Prof. Mervyn King surprised me this morning when he said he used ChatGPT. I am in awe for that. Well done. And let the youngsters learn from us greybearders to embrace those things. Universities must have a clear AI policy. We need to know what is permitted and what not, and how we can go about with that, and whether we can or not work with licensed or unlicensed AI tools, because that could put the university at risk seriously. We must educate the users of AI tools about those risks as a higher education institution. We have been grappling with putting together tools at Nelson Mandela University, or not tools, policies. And it's purely, the grappling is because we don't yet have the extensive knowledge of what the threats and the risks are in this regard. So we have a draft policy in place, and we work on it. It's a live document, and as things happen, we amend it and we communicate. Saying communicate, it is critical that communication takes place throughout the university, that everybody knows where we are on or where we are off in terms of using AI tools. I mentioned it with the previous question that we will have to redesign curricula. We can't stick to the pure knowledge, pure content type of curricula. We'll have to move into a work readiness approach when we prepare our students for the workplace. I think I will stand with that one.
Okay. Let's start with Audrey. Start with that side. Audrey, Dr. Audrey.
Okay. I'm just gonna maybe mention what is it that we are doing in my department. So collaboration is key. We all know that we don't have money, like you said, and as Unisa, we still want to keep affordable fees for our students. So licensing, it is going to be expensive for our students. So what we are currently doing, and at least secured one organization that is willing to assist us in giving us free access to the IT system where our students can work. So those are the kind of deals that we want from practice. And I'm so happy that we have practice here. I'm ready for them. I've created a QR code for them just to get information after here. So we want to work with an organization from practice. We need them. So there are spaces that we can collaborate with them. For example, we still need a company where they can assist us, with data analytics. So if there's a company out there that is willing to give us their service for free or at a minimal amount, we want to work with them. So collaboration is key, Prof. For us. We have started relationships with organizations. We have, and it's doing well. We're getting there. We are at the initial stage. We're not like my colleagues here. We haven't started anything yet in terms of giving a module on data analytics or continuous auditing. We are revamping the entire curriculum. So we are in the planning phase. It is happening.
Thank you. So, colleagues, you hear there, revamping the whole curriculum. I think that's extremely important. And the other thing, is there any company that would want to work with them? Ah, there's a hand, there's a hand. Please meet up afterwards. Okay. Sir, don't run away. Okay. Dr. Blanche Stein? Just hold it.
We need to start with the lectures themselves. I was greeted with an empty desk and a piece of paper. Actually, at secretary time. Next year, we got PCs, the old DOS version. So, to moving from that to teaching in AI, I actually need to upskill myself in AI. So departments can actually add AI as part of your performance development and think about how do we reskill people. We also need to collaborate, and in that you can use brown bags or other information sharing techniques, even meetings and techniques we discussed, but what did you do in AI? What did you found? What's the challenges and advantages? What did the students struggle with? What was the unintended consequences? Because if we don't guide students, and if we don't guide ourselves, they will go down rabbit holes they shouldn't go down to. And one of the new things we have to teach our students, we touch on what Mervyn King said, is we need to teach them to go and read those contracts. Look at the terms and conditions, understand what you do before you put your precious research on a web page and it stays there forever, and next time you get Turnitin flagging you against you just because you used the wrong versions or the wrong services. So look at those things, upskill ourselves. Singapore actually have a grant on a country level where they allow people to totally reskill themselves to accommodate for the AI phenomenon. We have to keep on collaborating amongst colleagues to make sure that we stay up to date, because AI is moving really fast. And the biggest problem will eventually be in research, to know what the student did and what they didn't do, and what was original work and what was just edited. So unfortunately, because we use AI to identify AI, neither is that reliable at this stage. In terms of teaching, it's easy to bring in data analytics, and don't think about putting it in a separate module. Merge it into auditing. And we can use that in baby steps. We don't have to go from 0 to AI. We can go from 0 to say, but what analytics can you do on Excel? Do it in the second year, do it in the third year, move to more complex analytics, because a simple tool like Excel, which most people have access to, can do really complex analytics that makes you AI ready. And then in honors or in the postgrad there, at that stage, you can get them to do real data analytics assignments. We actually, at this stage, use teammate analytics for our honor students to get them to do it, and they have to pass an assignment to help them be more work ready. I know in the workplace, because we're fortunate, our links to the workplace is into a training contract. And at that stage, there's also onboarding for all the firms where they teach the specifically skills, teach them specific data analytics skills and other skills further, and they are supported in that place. And at that stage, it's also important to have that feedback from the firms. After they've appointed your students, what did they think 6 months in the row? Do they want to fire them now? Or will they promote them? Because you're not going to get people coming back to you if your students are not the people that are promoted. Mm. But it starts with the academics, taking that leap of faith and upskilling ourselves first, adding it to the performance management system, and sharing the trials that you have as academics, actually across the university. That's another tip we can take from Mervyn King. Add it to the agenda. If you go to the faculty postgrad committee, if you go to the faculty research committee, if you go to the faculty ethics committee, add an agenda item on AI.
Mm. Yeah, even ethics, it's important. Thank you, Doctor. I think I like what you were saying about, just bringing it to the fore the whole time. And I just want to say two things. I want to ask AAA board member, and is there a SAICA board member here or a SAICA staff member? No SAICA, internal, external audit, and is SAICA? Okay, so please, being in academia for many, many years, we had these forums where academia came together, and we had a chance to just just deal with what is going on in the other universities, learn from each other, sharing, caring. We have a saying in the IIA, progress through sharing. I love that. Progress through sharing. So we need to share a bit more. Our professional bodies needs to come to the fore for that. It's difficult for the university to get together. So make a note on that. Is it? Perfect. Okay. Soon. Okay. But also for the other two bodies that's in our big bodies in South Africa in auditing. But we were speaking a lot about collaboration and, doing things and, with colleagues, getting the firms to buy in, other organizations, companies, and so forth. But I've got one last question, and with that question, while you answer it, I also want you to answer me. You said no. I said, are we ready? Are we mature? And if we embrace all these things that you mentioned, do you think we will then be ready? But I also want you to answer me on the one thing I think we miss in South Africa, we're totally off the point, is collaboration between faculties. Because life happens between faculties. And where is our data analytics specialist from the BSc? Where is our AI from the IT department? Why are they not in our curriculum? So if you can maybe just touch on that, and then also whether you think there's hope for us. So Blanche, I'm going to ask you to start, as you were the last one every time. And then we can just move on like that.
So, one of the things that we need to do is more interdisciplinary. We have to be careful to assume that the people in IT that teaches AI for IT students, which is also employed by the audit firms, that they can just teach it as a standalone module. We actually need to understand how does that fit into our normal module. So it's going to be better to invite them to maybe just do 2 weeks, maybe to help us with an assignment, but we need to do the own upskilling on our side. Otherwise, we're going to pretend IT is a black box and work from this side and jump to the other side and go back and say, but that's not my problem. We can't have an expectation that we have work-ready students that need to understand, and I is part of that. We can't have that understanding and assume everybody else will just do their bit. We do have people doing certain courses at the undergrad level. We don't teach Python for the chartered accountants path. We actually teach R at first year. They get statistics on first year. But in auditing, we need to bridge that gap and bring it in. Otherwise, students are going to start learning it in silos and think that they don't need to bring it in. One of the other modules we also at the University of Pretoria is called academic literacy. In that, where they are taught certain abilities to sort of write clear and concise, which map with research, but it also map with business writing. So it's good to take that up, and especially in auditing, because auditing is that writing skills comes into auditing, the analytics comes into auditing. So to some extent, auditing is the catch-all department for all these skill sets. We need to bring it in like a capstone module. And not just assume other people do it, but also work well with people from other faculties. I totally agree, especially the IT. I have a note for myself about the AI I need to go and practice on. Unfortunately, the notes is in my office. And think about what can we win from it? How can it help us? Because we have the expertise and insight, and AI will only help us if it comes in as a little assistant. It should not be the brain. I should be the brain and utilize that assistant to make things better.
Thank you.
She said it all. But what I want to add is we need to collaborate, that's true, but we should not also miss the principles, the standards of auditing. We need all of that. And it's only our academics that can actually do it right. So that is why it's important to upskill. And also the issue of resource constraint, it's a serious issue in our departments. Colleagues are burnout. So if you come in and introduce an AI module, it should not be treated like a theory module. I've spoken to Prof. Mudisane this morning to say, you need to represent us in management the way that they were presenting how the module was presented in the afternoon session.
Gustav.
I said, Gustav, I said, Prof, please don't explain to management about this AI module. I would like you to play it to management and show them what we are expected to teach our students so that they give us proper allocation of staff members. Because, I mean, you can imagine now, even now, it's a challenge for me because I must get a champion in my department who must champion this whole AI thing because we are in the initial stage. And then who's that person? Because everyone is teaching and everyone is, people are burnt out. So even just starting or with the whole process, it's not easy. And implementing, I think it's going to be more difficult for us. We don't have 100 students. We have thousands of students. So we need to apply our mind as to how we're going to implement it. So the human resource constraint is a serious issue that needs to be looked into. So yes, so yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
I would like you to repeat the question.
Okay, so I was asking the question about, we spoke about collaboration, but I was asking what about interdisciplinary, meaning outside the auditing department? We were talking about firms and external bodies, but what about inside the university? Where can we collaborate? And then just on that also, do you think you already said yes, we are ready. And so that's fine, you don't have to answer that, but just maybe on that collaboration part.
Thank you. To teach at Johannesburg Business School, where I was teaching a module called Business Law, Business Ethics, and Sustainability in a Digital Era, where I could see the interdisciplinary of law, ethics, governance, auditing, and that speaks to that. So with auditors, you cannot say you're an auditor if you don't know the functionality, the core of the business. Hence, when we say there should be collaboration within the faculty, even with modules that are taught within the accounting science, when a student needs to appreciate tax basics, appreciate financial management and accounting, and be able to understand the business where they're auditing, so especially with those who are in consulting, because you might have variety of clients, and you cannot just go and audit and now you're going to insult your clients. So it's important that you understand the business, what is it about, consult and do the flowcharts before actually getting to do the audit, so you can be seen as a strategic partner by your clients. But if you come and you ask questions that will just expose you as an auditor, that you don't know the business, people get irritated. They will not see your value as an auditor. But so collaborating is important. It should start at the university where students see the, Prof. Marvin King indicated the contract law, which I teach at the Johannesburg Business School, where people don't appreciate the contracts that are entered into, because there are disputes which can come from there. But if you have internal auditors in the business, they can go and check the contracts that have been entered into by the business, if are they in line with the policies, or are we exposing ourselves to the risk, and assist as well in guiding, because we are strategic partners in terms of, I see you are about to enter into this contract. Have you done proper due diligence? As an auditor, I can assist you by giving you tips, so that, because remember, we are not going to be auditing from the past, but we are future focused. So we need to ensure that we collaborate with faculties, and as academics, as my colleagues have indicated, we need to ensure we upskill and we become proactive, and the growth mindset is important. Yes, you have 30 years, 35 years of teaching, but you have evolved. Everyone needs to evolve as well. As technology comes in, there are new risks that have been exposed to the organizations, and also with a curriculum that we teach, we need to ensure that it remains relevant, and us as strategic partners, as auditors, because we're saying we're adding value, that value should not be something that will be debatable, because our legitimacy as a profession is at stake if we're not going to innovate to remain relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to echo what my colleagues are saying next to me. Another thing I want to share with you is a saying or a strapline that a little girl who's died of cancer, she was 35 when she died of cancer. She was a singer. Her name was Nightbird. And she said, you don't have to wait, or you can't wait until life isn't hard anymore before you decide to enjoy it. And I want to bring this down to what we are doing. We can't wait for someone else to do something for us in the AI environment. Let us be our own catalyst and start moving forward. In addition, I want to share with the audience, if I may, internal audit education in South Africa is regarded as the best in the world. Currently, we have 2 centers of excellence endorsed by the Institute of Internal Auditors Global in South Africa, the only 2 in the Southern Hemisphere. So I think we can put a chip on our shoulders or tap ourselves on the shoulders. We are the best, but important for us now is to make sure that we remain the best. That is going to be the challenge. So adding on to what Prof. Mervyn King has said, he mentioned, or he had that little image about the 6 capitals. That's where the collaboration starts, where the interdisciplinary collaboration and integration will have to start with our internal audit education. We cannot teach students from a business perspective only. We need to bring in the science where the manufacturing takes place. We need to bring in the business component where the human resource management components are situated. So we have got a task ahead of us, and I'm a bit nervous when I think of the enormity of this task. And as the old saying goes, you eat an elephant bite by bite. So let's just start somewhere and get it all done. Integration, collaboration will have to happen between us and the law faculty, the science faculty, the IT faculty. Modules that I would quickly consider as part of a curriculum would be data structures, database management systems, those things that we were taught when we did our degrees back in the day. It was called auditing of EDP systems, if I'm not mistaken. Those type of things must come back. The students that we deal with in internal auditing do not have any knowledge of statistics. We need to get statistical analysis tools back into the curriculum so that we equip those students to be able to use the artificial intelligence tools that we're going to throw at them. It doesn't help you throwing the tools to them and they do not know really how to interpret that, what they are getting back from the results. So interpretation of the findings is more critical than being able to use the tool. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
What I've seen is I've got a privilege of working with UPT, and Unisa as a moderator for the auditing modules. While moderating, you can see what they are teaching, how they are assessing. You as well as an academic, you get to reflect in terms of how far are we? Are we in the same alignment, or must we also improve our module and how we assess? So collaborating within academics and different institutions also helps. So maybe colleagues in the room, if they're not assessing or moderating for other universities, I think they need to maybe raise their hands and serve, because there's no monetary value per se, but you get to get an exposure of how people are teaching in different universities. Because remember, when we produce students, it's not for the university, it's for the nation.
Yes.
And we address that unemployment rate that is there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Definitely. That's why I asked you to bring them all together. That's the starting point. Well, colleagues, that was our presentation, but I can just add, I remember when I got my doctorate today, I went to Greece for a holiday, and then I saw this little magnet that's from Socrates that said, all that I know is that I know nothing. And I must say, after these day and a half in this conference, that is still where I'm feeling. Even after 35 years of academia, I feel I know absolutely nothing. So learning, that is the way to go forward, and embracing the new technologies. Thank you, colleagues. And I'm not sure if there's any questions. There's 3 questions I'm seeing. 4. Will you share that, the one that's working here? Okay.
All right. Thank you. So by introduction, my name is Kgothatso. I am a PhD student and also an executive director, head of department at the South African Institute of Government Auditors. So I'm a product of Dr. Blanche, so you'll forgive me for being a little bit biased in my question. We implemented a data analytics implementation framework for my first master's degree. So I'm really very, very passionate about this topic. My question is the integration of academia into practice. And the reason why I'm asking, Prof, you spoke a lot around collaboration. You spoke a lot around how do academic institutions embrace AI and produce future fit auditors. Now, there is a lot of research that has been done in universities, and I know the University of Pretoria is very practical in the sense that your research needs to be very practical in such a way that it can be used in an institution. And my research was used in my employment at MTN as head of forensics. So, but is there appetite in the market and other institutions to welcome the research that has been done in academic institutions? Are we enforcing that collaboration between the theory that has been done as part of research in academic institutions with the practical, in other words, being absorbed by practitioners in order for us to address certain problems in practice? Thanks.
I think I can answer that question. I can tell you that you must make sure that it happens. So, for example, we are working at the moment with National Treasury on audit committee busyness. They came to us and asked us. I can give you 10 examples. So it's about making sure that because I truly believe there's a need for research. That's how you change the world. But what type of research are you doing? Yes, we need the theoretical research. You cannot live without that. But you also need the pragmatic research, and that is the one you are talking about. So if that is your area of expertise, that it boils down to you to make sure that it gets published in the IIA magazine. No, you can do that. I'm not sure if you know you can do that. Psycho has it as I think, what is that one called? Accountancy essay. I've published in that one, where you publish your findings and change the world, so to speak. And you cannot believe it, how many companies are actually using scholarly research. For example, I did my master's on a master's study on HIV and how to audit HIV in the business environment. And one day a guy came to me, he said he's doing this it was that time Barclays Bank. They're doing an audit and and I said, oh, my master's wasn't that. They said, yes, we used it as our basis for our audit program. So they do use it. Don't think they don't use it. But it's very much then a pragmatic type of research. Okay.
Okay, let's take the next question.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sedzani, and I'm here from Unisa, so I'm a co-academic. My question, and especially in the context of educators and AI, the horse has bolted with AI. We are assuming our students are waiting to learn from us. Our students are learning ahead of us, and we're needing to keep up with that curve. How do we close that gap? I thought it was something that would have been covered by the panel, but there was silence on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I want to take the last question, and then you can answer all, and we close the session. I see there are many questions, but we only have space for one.
Sir, please give our...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have worked with AI now for 60 years, maybe 55. And one thing that kind of strikes me more is that, meaning I have been a professor for a long time, is that we need to abandon a little bit our old professor habits. And the whole idea of quite carefully policing students about the data they use or the attitudes they have or giving them tight exams is going to be very obsolete. We have this tool, this set of knowledge tools that part of the tools come from a large database. However, RAG technology allows us to add knowledge to it on a discrete manner, maybe even protect the privacy of that. So I remember colleagues of mine at Columbia, maybe at that day, telling the students they couldn't use a calculator in an exam, and then couldn't use spreadsheet, and more recently, cannot use a search engine. And now they're telling you cannot use ChatGPT. And that makes very, very little sense. We need to kind of change the way we think. How do we guide our students to, in the next generation or in the next few years, be able to learn by themselves? Because we don't know what to teach them now, which they'll need in 5 years. It's not like knowledge was very slow advancement. Now knowledge is moving very fast. And so I'm kind of puzzled about or bewildered about what we should do to teach the students. But one thing we cannot do is forbid them to use the best technology they can.
I agree with that. Let's have two. Any two can answer the first question, and the other two can answer the second question.
So I'll start with, because for me they are quite similar. At UJ, we've presented to the students, it's available online for students in terms of how to use ChatGPT responsibly. Then when it comes to students being advanced in terms of using technology, it gives a homework and a task to academics to say, how do you then keep up with that? Especially with me, when I supervise students and I ask them to give me maybe chapters of their master's or PhD drafts, it's easy for you to pick up that this is not written by the student, but by ChatGPT. If you are applying yourself as an academic, and also when you go and do the checks of what has been included in text citation or reference list, when the assignment is done through ChatGPT, the citations are incorrect. The reference list is incorrect, does not exist. So you need to verify that as an academic. And also invite the student to say, okay, I've received the chapter 1, tell me about it. It's easy for you to pick up that they did not write it, and how they articulate themselves compared to how they wrote what they presented on paper, it's easy to tell. And you then have the responsibility to guide and give advice of how to conduct research ethically and how to use that technology ethically as well. And also when we assess the true and false multiple choice questions, especially if you are online, the how you are assessing should also evolve, because now it's easy for a student to just copy the solution from the system and paste it on the solution. So you now need to say, when I assess, I want to see, are they able to apply the principles that I've taught? Are they able to critically apply themselves and give solutions, and not just give a list of things that can be given by ChatGPT, for example? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
In terms of bridging the gap with our students, yes, they are ahead of us in AI, is asking them how do they use AI and for what. Now, to Wednesday, I would agree to say that I can identify ChatGPT in research or in other AIs. And then I saw a research piece that was totally AI generated. We had a Brown back at the university about AI, and I couldn't actually identify the AI in it. It looked fairly legit. I would have nuked it because of referencing and not enough referencing, but I couldn't see the AI, which I can a little bit with ChatGPT or any of the other equivalents that are fairly similar, like Gemini. So it helps to ask what they do, and it helps to show them how to use it and where it helps and where it doesn't help. I think some of the mistakes people sometimes make is they think there's lots of reading and research, or lots of reading. Let's throw it in and ask for a summary. But the problem is sometimes you miss having a critical understanding assignment where you test their critical reading after they've used AI in reading to let them identify, but maybe I don't know as much as I thought I would, and help them bridge the gap themselves. Because one of the key elements of research, it actually starts with proper critical reading, and that is one of the root causes of people that struggles. In terms of how to audit, they will, your normal procedures can maybe, you can ask ChatGPT to write you scripts for how to do an audit on something specific. For example, how will you do a bank record? And that can become an assignment. It can be a fully ChatGPT assignment, but you want every student to actually ask for the scripts themselves. And then see it run, and then go back and audit it and see, but did it really give me what I thought? Because one of the risks of AI, you know, it hallucinates and you need to pick up the hallucinations. So that to some extent is also one of the mechanisms that we need to think about. How do we use it to catch up? And it is a catch-22. The first time AI ChatGPT came out, we had to explain it to our students. The next year already, they were explaining to us. So just give them opportunity, let them brag about what their skill set is, and then we can use the opportunity to catch up and learn.
Okay. I just want to comment on the issue of students being ahead of us. It is true. We are seeing it at Unisa during assessments. Assessments are happening online and students are plagiarizing. And then you can't pick it up because they know all these possible apps to conceal that. So I think for us as institutions, we need to think of a different way of assessing. But another challenge then is we want to embrace that students must use AI, but then it means we need to change the way we are assessing. But then the other challenge is that our qualifications, we are accredited. So now there will be an issue of accreditation if now we change the way we are assessing. So these issues are complex, and we just need to attend to them at a strategy level. I think it's important for, you know, higher up people to listen to lecturers. There must be a communication, and we must listen to one another. I think that is very, very important.
Combined solution.
Combined solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Audini. Last.
It's always fun to have the last say. Thank you, Prof. Miklos, for that comment. I want to share with the audience what we have done in our MPhil in IT governance. Our students in the Information Systems Assurance module, we assess them by means of an 80-hour assessment assignment. So on a Monday morning, the assessment is released on our learning management system. We use Moodle, and the students have until Thursday night, 12 o'clock, midnight, to submit their answer to the assignment. We were questioned about the integrity of the examination and how students will be able to cheat and so forth. But we have responded by saying if a person in the internal audit or in the audit job or practice starts a new assignment or a new audit engagement, that person will have access to his school textbooks or to his university resources, to the standards of the profession, to the internet, whatever. So at the end, what we want from the new or the freshman internal auditor or the auditor is to be able to complete the job and achieve the assignment objective. And we actually are extremely successful with that type of assessment. Students came back to us and they said it is of the toughest assessments that they had to do, because they couldn't, as students like to call it, cram the information and regurgitate what they have memorized. and they are actually tested on their ability to apply the knowledge that they have obtained in that particular module. So yes, we must be alert of students plagiarizing. I've also heard from my colleagues in the ICT school that they are building hidden text into question papers to sort of catch out students who use Gen AI to produce their answers for essays and assignments. So they would say in the assignment or in the assignment question, give a hidden white text instruction to the ChatGPT or to the whatever to produce the answer based on a Mickey Mouse experience. And the answers that they would get back from the learning management or the large language model would actually grab a lot of information stored on the LLM about the Mickey Mouse experience, and the student's answer will contain Mickey Mouse information without the student actually realizing that he is caught out in that fashion. So there are many means to skin a cat, as the old folks say. So we know students are young. They are probably ahead of us in terms of technology, but let us use technology to our advantage and not sit with egg in our faces when we actually lecture, and make sure that we make use of everything at our exposure to educate our students to the best of our ability. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you,
colleagues.
Round of applause for our panelists, please. Okay, we're gonna take tea break for 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes, tea break, smoke break, bathroom break, you name it. 15 minutes. Then we come back and continue. to do that? Or someone else doing it? All right, please, can we do that now? We're just going to spend a few minutes to just thank our international speakers and hand them some gifts. Let's give them a round of applause.
Prof. Tabani, thank you very much for the for the opportunity. And good morning, colleagues. I hope it's still morning. Good morning to everyone. The role that I've been given now is very short. That I should come and say a word of thanks to our international scholars. Yesterday, we had two speakers from the international arena who provoked us with their presentations and the contribution to the symposium that we are hosting today and that we hosted yesterday. So I'm going to request Prof. Mehmet and Prof. Milkos to join me on the stage, and Prof. Modisani, so that we can hand over the token of appreciation. In so saying, that we appreciate the efforts that they have taken to fly all the way from their countries, Turkey and USA, to South Africa in order to bless us with the wealth of knowledge that they have delivered to us. So can we give them a round of applause, colleagues? Thank you very much.
Let's give him another round of applause. I'm going to call Professor Lawrence Erasmus, who's going to be the moderator for the next panel. We are now into the book launch, right? So we're going to start with the contributors. Various contributors of a book launch will tackle various aspects. As I said when you started, we're trying to truncate the program. So without rushing you, don't take the entire hour and a half, right? This session, we're going to do it between now and 1 o'clock. And then at 1 o'clock, instead of going to lunch, we're going to do the after lunch session, which is now the book review, right? So we've got a 2-hour session in total. So we'll just try to maximize that time together. We'll close the conference at 2 and go to lunch. Okay, so Professor Lawrence Erasmus works for the Department of Financial Governance at Unisa. He's also editor-in-chief for Southern African Journal of Accountability and Auditing Research, and an associate editor for South African Journal of Accounting Research. If you want your research to be out there, you know who to pester. He has a qualification in qualification D-Tech Cost and Management Accounting, amongst his many achievements. Prof. Lawrence, it's in your hands now. Please come to the stage and introduce your panelists and kick off the session for us. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's indeed a pleasure for me to open this book launch for the book titled Continuous Auditing with Artificial Intelligence in the Public Sector. Now, from the onset, I need to say that Prof. Cesar Kgorong from the Izmir, from Bakırçay University in Izmir, Turkey, and we were the co-editors of this book. And what it simply means is that we have managed up to publication. So I need to state that credit needs to be reserved for the authors of the chapters of this book. Let me quickly introduce them and they can come forward. I have a couple of different documents here that I need to juggle, but I think let's call Prof. Louis Schmidt up to the stage. Now, Louis is a senior, or is an associate professor in the Department of Auditing at the Tshwane University of Technology, South Africa. Louis' research interests are in internal auditing, corporate governance and risk, information systems auditing, and big data. He's also the IAEP Internal Audit Program Coordinator and serves as an ISACA academic advocate for the IT audit program offerings within the Department of Auditing. Louis is a senior member of the Registered Engaged Scholarship Project, Continuous Auditing in Public Sector Internal Auditing, CAPIA. Then the next contributor that I wish to invite up is Dr. Leandi Steenkamp. Leandi is a senior lecturer at the Central University of Technology in the Free State. She's a certified internal auditor, chartered accountant, certified information systems auditor. Both her master's and PhD dissertations focused on the sectional title industry in South Africa, specifically from an accounting and auditing perspective. She believes in a balanced lifestyle and is actively involved in the music scene in Bloemfontein, playing clarinet and saxophone in several orchestras and bands. Leandi is a senior member of the Registered Engaged Scholarship Project also, CAPIA. And if ever you want to see her perform, I think, Leandi, there's a couple of YouTube videos. I've watched a few and it's certainly worth it. It just goes to show that one needs to have a balanced lifestyle. Then I wish to invite up Professor Cameron Modisani, professional qualification, CISA, ISAP, SA, and he's also registered at the Institute of Directors. He's our Deputy Executive Dean of the College of Accounting Sciences at the University of South Africa, and he's also a Board Director and Treasurer for the Information Systems Audit and Control Association, ICASA. He's currently the Chairperson of the Finance, Risks and Audit Committee of Oxfam, South Africa's board, and he's also the co-founder and Treasurer General of the South African Association of PhDs. Cameron is a member of the Chartered Institute of Business Accountants, the Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, the Institute of Internal Auditors, South Africa, and the Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants, Southern Africa. Cameron is a senior member of the Registered Engaged Scholarship Project of CAPIA. Then Mrs. Ilse Morgan. Ilse is a senior lecturer in the Department of Auditing at the University of South Africa. Her PhD focuses on improving accountability and transparency in the South African public sector through continuous assurance. Ilse is serving as a non-executive director of a financial services company in South Africa, and she also acted for 3 years as the manager of the Center for Accounting Studies, the short learning programs here at Unisa. Her speciality is ethical governance and internal auditing and utilizing technology pragmatically to address shortcomings and weaknesses. Ilse is a member of the Registered Engaged Scholarship Project of CAPIA. Then we have Takani Rampai. Takani is a senior lecturer in the Department of Auditing at the University of Pretoria. She's currently pursuing a PhD in the financial governance with a keen focus on the adoption of continuous auditing in the public sector. She's a certified information or internal auditor, commercial forensic practitioner with additional certifications in risk management assurance and control self-assessment. Her research interests are in internal audit, stakeholder management, risk management, and continuous auditing as a strategy for effective and continuous risk management. Takani is a member also then of CAPIA. And then we have Dr. Babawa Teki. Babawa is a senior lecturer in the Department of Accounting at the University of South Africa. She's a chartered accountant with experience in external auditing and has audited South African listed companies where her career started before joining academia. She has completed her PhD in auditing, focusing on assisting supreme audit institutions with advancing technology adoption processes, and Babawa then also a member of CAPIA. There is one member that I did not mention, which could not unfortunately join us today internationally, but we'll get there then once I go through my presentation. Right, I thought, I'd start the presentation with a bit of a background as to where this all started. In 2019, I met Mr. Bahadur Tupal. He was the Chief Audit Executive of the Department of Agriculture in Turkey, in Ankara, but also the President of the Turkey Association for Internal Auditors, public sector internal auditors, that is. They call it KIDA. And he was accompanied by Prof. Cesar Kgorong from the Bakacha University. And they developed a continuous auditing software application that they applied successfully at the Department of Agriculture. And they showcased that application at the conference, which piqued our interests, and we had some discussions. And because Turkey and South Africa has a lot of similarities when it comes to our economies, we thought it would be a very good idea to share the lessons that they have learned and what they have done over there with South Africa. So we applied for an NRF grant. It was successful, and we organized the whole trip, and with one foot on the plane in April 2020, I think it was the 27th of March, hard lockdown was called, and we had to cancel the whole trip. So it was a setback, but we decided it's not going to hold us back. So we kept on communicating remotely, and we held several international webinars on the subject of continuous auditing. And during that time, we also motivated our PhD candidates to complete their research proposals. And at the end of 2021, Ms. Ilse Morgan, her proposal was approved with the title, A Conceptual Framework to Improve Accountability and Transparency in the South African Public Sector Through Continuous Assurance. And Ms. Takani Rampai with the title, An Adoption Strategy for Continuous Auditing by the South African Public Sector Internal Audit Function. And then we went a step further, and we wanted to get some formality to this project. So we registered this project as an engaged scholarship project at Unisa, and from the 1st of January 2022. And what this entails is now that we have to now start reporting on the activities that we are actually doing. So it puts a bit of pressure on you, because now all of a sudden you have to in advance say what you're going to do for the year ahead. And then at the end of the year, obviously, you are being evaluated against the targets that you've set for yourself. But it's one way to get things done. And of course, if there are ever funding requirements going forward, there's also the opportunity then to apply for funding. We made use of the opportunity to then appoint Prof. Cesar Kgorong as an academic associate from the 1st of October 2022 at the Department of Financial Governance at Unisa. And this was just to assist with the whole project, but also to assist with supervision and to make use of her mentorship for our younger members in this CAPIA project team. We had additional activities that we ran at the time. We had the Generalized Audit Software Maturity Survey, which we did for the Canadian federal government. And the lead was taken there by Professor Louis Schmidt. And this is also where we then met Dr. George Nahofal, who then became a member of CAPIA and also one of our chapter contributions of the book. So by the end of 2022, we came up with this idea of let's write a book. And we brought together a book proposal, submitted it to CRC Press, who was part of the Taylor and Francis group. They worked there from the United Kingdom. And they accepted our proposal. And all of a sudden, everything was set in motion. You know, there's a saying, you know, well, how does it say go from you never know what you wish for? You know, it was almost like that because it placed a lot of pressure on us at the time, but at the end, luckily, it worked well. So if we look at CAPIA's intention, you know, to ensure the effective and efficient use of public resources, it is important the internal audit mechanism is operational and adds value to the early detection of risks. So the main objective of CAPIA project is to contribute to the development of the internal audit mechanism based on new technological developments and to strengthen assurance services, which is a basic requirement to support the effectiveness of public institutions in South Africa. So CAPIA wants to be an important tool to contribute to the achievement of more transparent, accountable, and strategic public sector goals to ensure sustainability then in the public sector. So in this slide, I've had some pictures. I didn't know what the structure was going to be of this session, so I brought up the pictures of the people that you see in front here. Prof. Cameron from Unisa, Prof. Louis, TUT, CUT, and you can see that it was a collaborative effort from a number of institutions. We have there Dr. George Nahofal from the Canadian Revenue Services. He's a director there, directly working also with their continuous auditing division. And unfortunately, on short notice, he had to withdraw from coming to South Africa due to a family matter that he had to tend to. Right, so as mentioned, the objective of the book was to emphasize the importance of effective internal audit activities to manage change in the public sector in a sustainable manner. The book therefore targets internal auditors working in the public sector and professionals who are stakeholders of internal auditors. But in South Africa, it's not that straightforward to write and publish a research book when your university requires that you receive local accreditation. So to gain the recognition of the Department of Higher Education, cognizance of, and in recent times, I've received requests from my colleagues, how do we go about writing these books? Colleagues, you really have to be on top of it. You can ask people like Prof. Fulner, other people that are involved on the panels, the vetting panels, to get these books recognized, accredited. It is not that easy. They really go through the book with a tooth comb, and if any of the criteria is missing, you do not get your recognition. And the university would then obviously, for all the effort that went into it, would not be that happy. So if we look at the criteria, firstly, the book needs to contain original research or new developments within a specific field. It must be peer-reviewed prior to publication, that is, be officially published by a recognized publisher. That's where the ISBN numbers come in. And peer-reviewed, or published by a recognized publisher, and then the target audience should be specialists in the field. If we look at the methodology, there needs to be an accepted research methodology followed. So for this book, the methodology was non-empirical and comprised a comprehensive and investigative review of diverse and authoritative international literature, including systematic literature reviews, a design science approach, and critical analysis. And if I may say, all of this information needs to be explicitly mentioned in the book. Otherwise, it's not going to pass the vetting process when it's being submitted for recognition. So if we look at the International Peer Review Panel, the first few drafts always get circulated amongst ourselves and the editors, and we try and improve, and give each other a comment on what to do. But then we approach an international scholars in the field who are willing and able to comment on the chapters. So I need to acknowledge and thank the International Peer Review Panel who assisted in commenting on the work to enhance the quality of the book's content. So you can see it's quite a spread, this list of scholars who contributed, and I must say that we will be forever grateful for these individuals who spent time to assist us with the quality that we have. The forewords of the book, written by Prof. Miklos and also assisted by Ching Wang. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Thank you. And Prof. Volna Kutsia, whom we are proud to have both present at the symposium. And from the Capia Group, a big thank you to the both of you for making. Please do so. Please convey our gratitude. So the book has 12 chapters that are listed on the slide here with their respective authors. And the authors will then, for the rest of the session, present their chapters, except, of course, for Dr. George, who's then now not here and could not make the trip to South Africa. So if we look at the first chapter, the purpose of this first chapter, written by Cesar and myself, was to set the scene for the chapters to follow. And as we gathered from the presentations yesterday and today, change and technological innovations are inevitable and irreversible. Differences in the readiness and adaptation to change and innovation affect whether it is perceived as constructive or destructive, and there we use the term acceptance maturity. So these days, mega social trends such as increasing cross-border migration, urbanization, construction of smart cities, mounting populism, and the rise of the middle class are all fueled by conflicts we find globally. We read about them every day in the newspapers. It's part of our world. And these observations do not only trigger technological innovations, but also changes to the fundamental paradigms in the world that we live in. Now, these paradigms are exacerbated by mega environmental trends, such as global warming, climate change, food and water scarcity, and increasing energy demands. Consistent technological developments, such as the increase in the internet use, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, are forcing society to adapt to a digitalized environment. And this change in the fundamental paradigms on how we operate directly affects our social world and the structure of public administration. So concerning the ambitious goals that most developing countries pursue within the ambit of these scarce resources, it is critical to observe the level of measures taken to use public resources effectively and efficiently. When evaluated from an increased social value perspective, the audit, internal control, and risk management infrastructure of the public sector must be designed to adapt to current technological developments and innovations. So currently it is inevitable to make full use of technology and establish the necessary audit and control mechanisms. The latest addition in new technology is the implementation and acceleration of audit fieldwork and control activities in near real time and from a remote location. This all made then possible by artificial intelligence and blockchain-based techniques. Now, when the general view of the public sector in the world is examined, it can be said that a significant development based on approaches to digitalization and small applications has emerged. In this context, governments have begun to increasingly transform into digital governments. And while this transformation process is rapidly progressing in most countries, some developing countries are making comprehensive project plans for digital transformation in their government policy and structure. So the areas subject to these transformation projects are based on rapid developments in the field of internet, social media, mobile technologies and devices, smart technologies, and more recent digital technologies such as robotics, blockchains, and artificial intelligence. Thus, these new technological tools, techniques, and system infrastructure fundamentally offer governments a wide range of innovative opportunities. However, governments that begin to use these new technologies are being forced to change their core functions, institutional structures, operational processes, activities, and relationships with all external stakeholders, including their citizens, the business world, and civil society. So behind the state of the adoption of the new infrastructure, in addition to the technological developments that accelerated with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is the emergence of enormous volumes of big data that the governments can use, especially due to the rapid developments provided by smart technologies and devices. So a study conducted by Deloitte in 2019 for the public sector reveals that automated workflows with artificial intelligence will save up to 30% of the time of government employees. If we were to count the advantages and provided by technological innovations, especially artificial intelligence, a very long list could emerge. In the context of their impact in the public sector, positive developments in service standards together with the effective and efficient use of public resources are an inevitable element that increase the satisfaction of citizens. For this reason, then, artificial intelligence applications should be given priority in the government and a prominent place in strategic plans and the policies. So the need for the next generation audit emerges entirely within the framework of the requirements of the emerging business world. The most fundamental features of this new business world is the rapid digital transformation processes based on technological advancements. If we look at artificial intelligence, it is recognized that even though a clear definition of artificial intelligence cannot be made, and I remember it being mentioned earlier in this symposium, at the current point it requires steps towards the institutionalization of human-machine relations. This approach is the basic condition for the safe start of artificial intelligence applications, especially in the public sector. By meeting the conditions of establishing human machine relations, it may be possible for the audit to reach the competence to audit artificial intelligence and at the same time to carry out more effective audits using artificial intelligence. Looking at blockchain, although blockchain applications, sorry, let me just go back there. Although blockchain applications can be considered as a hidden hero among technological developments, it has entered our life recently. Compared to other innovations, it can be stated that it is as impact areas increasingly day by day. It creates significant potential for corporate applications in the public sector based on the opportunities offered by the perception of its trust and transparency that the blockchain infrastructure then inherently provides. In this book, the new auditing approaches and techniques based on blockchain are presented in one of the chapters. Regarding sustainability, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which emerged as a global emergency call under the leadership of the United Nations and were put forward as a solution to the dangers affecting individuals, societies, and the next generations, and the whole of nature, contribute then to the conceptual framework of sustainability. So despite the international decisions taken and the strict steps towards the global legal regulations and social responsibility support from non-governmental organizations, sustainability practices in the public sector is just the beginning. The audit in the public sector can be used as a strategic tool to ensure that this sustainable implementation process progresses quickly and effectively. So hence the public sector, which is responsible to determine sustainability standards and policies, to expect others to comply with sustainable development goals and act responsibly, must first be the role model by complying with their own requirements in their public services. And this can be expressed as a strategic vision that supports credibility, trust, and institutional maturity indicators. So to provide assurance in the end, in this transformative environment, auditing needs to evolve with the use of technological advancements through the upskilling and reflection on the ethical use of these new technologies. So colleagues, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues for the presentation then on the topics of their respective chapters. Thank you. We had a change in sequence. Now I need to find that page. Okay, here we are. Here we are. I found it. Here's my scribble on the sequence now. Prof. Cameron Modisani will be first, talking about background information about artificial intelligence in accounting and auditing practice and digital skills of public sector auditors. Prof. Cameron.
Yes. Thanks so much, Prof. Lawrence. While we're still trying to find my slides, your colleagues, to get here, it took us a long journey. You know, being an executive and trying to do some research, it was a lot of hard work. And having to report to Prof. Lawrence and Prof. Caesar in terms of them pushing us in terms of the work. We had to work at night, on weekends. It was almost like I was doing my PhD all over again. But I'm glad that this work is finally done because it was a labor of love more than anything else in terms of writing this book together as a team. Technology is driven in terms of we live in a society where technology is part of our lives and it is a key driver. And we cannot do things as we used to do them in the past. And it's important that the audit profession also follows through. And the audit profession is not immune to these changes. the father of artificial intelligence, John McCarthy, once said that the science defined AI as the science and the engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent programs. So it's about ensuring that systems almost mimic human behavior. It's about allowing computers to behave in the way that human beings actually think. So one might ask, why is AI actually relevant in this time as well? So human experience is quite limited in terms of what you can learn, what you can consume, but you can actually program a machine to do more work or to process more information in terms of how you program your systems. This is where AI actually comes in to make sure that auditors understand what's happening in the private sector and also in the public sector as well. So in the past, we used to talk about digital transformation. So we're actually moving away from digital transformation to using artificial intelligence, which is a much more advanced tool that we can actually use to analyze data. One might ask, auditors, what are they actually expected to do? Technology can actually enable computers and systems to learn, to recognize patterns, and also to automate certain tasks which actually assist in terms of increasing efficiency. The key benefits are it's about scale, reduction in costs, overheads, accuracy, and also enhance the audit process, while also allowing for there to be predictive insights in the process. In terms of introducing AI to internal auditing is quite important because the growing use of AI is actually reshaping how the audit function works in terms of supporting assurance and also advisory. So meaning auditors can actually spend more time giving assurance and also giving advice instead of doing the ticking and bashing which you used to do in the past. The key impact of AI integration is that obviously there would be a larger scope which will be covered in your audit universe, and also the evolving role of the auditors in terms of what they can do, the fact that auditors can now focus on the more strategic advisory role, and also focus on risk prediction and prevention as well. Also, continuous auditing and monitoring while allowing for early detection of fraud or any errors in the system. So this is what you know from the past in terms of doing a checklist, understanding what industry expertise, observations, etc. But this would be the traditional audit approach. The newer approach would be to get your data, put it into an algorithm, and also, lastly, you'd get your data model. So in your new system, you'd actually take the new data, put it into your model, which will actually allow you in terms of getting predictions that will actually assist in your model. So here, we'll be transforming the traditional audit approach from risks, focusing on risk strategy, process, annual audit plan. This is what you know. So we'll actually use AI to transform this traditional audit approach from planning, audit program, audit report writing, and also the working process. So from cradle to grave, this system would actually allow you to use AI. So
The generative approach would be important in terms of how you do your audit systems, in terms of planning, execution, engagement, and also your reporting. So how you go about in terms of automating the audit process. What's actually happening here is that you've got your risk assessment, your planning, design, field work, reporting, and issue tracking. That's what you see there at the top. Then at the bottom, we would actually try to automate the process using analytical procedures, robotic process automation, natural language processing, and then lastly, your language, natural language generation as well. And then in terms of again, this slide here just shows the whole process, how you'd go up, how you'd actually go about in terms of the AI process, how you do your fraud detection, continuous monitoring, audit reporting, and also audit risk and compliance in your system. And then we spoke about Python, which would actually be used in your audit process. And the whole issue of scripting. Scripting would be quite important throughout your audit process. ChatGPT can be used as part of scripting. And it will be quite important for auditors and accountants to learn a bit of coding as part of their work. It can help in terms of extracting your sampling or perhaps even testing the entire population. One must ask, what skills does one actually need in terms of coding and scripting? Programming skills are quite important. Java, Python, data analytics, etc. All these skills are quite important in the future for us as auditors, and also how we train our students in future in terms of them actually understanding algorithms and also how to process information. You would have to actually define the algorithm in terms of having certain rules which will be used in around calculations, etc., and also for problem solving as well. The key thing is about data. Data is quite important, that your data needs to be smart and your data needs to be clean. Before you can actually use the data, it needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be compatible to your environment, because garbage in, garbage out. So you need to make sure that your data is actually clean and actually relevant as well. The key benefits of using AI is that obviously the audit coverage is actually increased. Real-time risk monitoring, it assists with that. In terms of decision-making process, is much more quicker, reduced cost over time. Those are some of the key benefits. So as auditors and accountants, and also as lecturers, which are actually teaching our students, we need to make sure that we understand our business, stay relevant, keep up with the trends, learn new AI skills to assist with our audit process. And also, we need to become the authority in terms of the information, the data that we are actually using. Some key challenges in the market around implementing AI is that perhaps there'd be a lack of awareness, inadequate planning around foundation, low availability of quality data. Data is very important. That data needs to be correctly formatted. Another problem which you've seen is the fact that digital skills, most of our auditors don't necessarily have the required skills. Lack of leadership, policies are a barrier. Lack of technical skills, again, as well, it is a huge problem in the industry. Other challenges and considerations are about skills gap, ethical considerations, as Prof. Mervyn King said earlier on, the fact that there needs to be proper laws and systems in place which could be used to regulate AI. And then just to conclude, AI is transforming the audit profession. So we need to adapt to the new roles and also adapt to using new tools. Something which is important, we need to invest a lot of technology and money in the beginning and also have ongoing training. I'll pause there. Thank you.
The second authors to come up would be Professor Louis Schmidt and Dr. Leandi Steenkamp. You've worked amongst yourself. How are you going to present? Great. Thank you.
Which one is this? Will be me first and then no, number 4, chapter 4, and then my colleague, number 10.
Afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity for being part of this prestigious event and this milestone to celebrate that with you. I'm going to try to be swift. I think a lot has been said up to now in terms of artificial intelligence. First thing before I proceed is please remember that this is an actual book launch. So if you forget anything that you heard about this on this conference, please just don't forget to buy the book. All right. So let's get that out of the way. Colleagues, a lot of things has been said. I think it's quite important as we stand here and as we sit here today, realizing the importance of AI, realizing the change that needs to happen. So writing this book was not just because we as authors didn't have anything better to do with our time. This was actually driven out of passion. It was driven out of a need. And hopefully this book and the people that will engage with it and the conversations that were shared around the table will actually take some insight from that as we venture into, I think, today's age that we are living in. We as auditors in this era that we're living in, I think it's very exciting times. It's changing times. It's ever evolving. Every single day, I thought after graduating with a 3-year degree was enough, and then it was honors, and then it was masters, and then it's PhD, and now I'm back studying AI. You know, it's just a never-ending circle. Right, colleagues, overview of the topic. We'll just cover a few basic things, why we focused on this specific chapter. E-government, my topic was obviously written with my co-colleague, Dr. Steenkamp, which will also share our second chapter about ethics. And this one is just giving you a bit of an overview about the ecosystem in the world that we live in and the governments. And I think Prof. Vasarely also mentioned smart cities. And so, yeah. So why it matters, just I'm not going to stay necessarily word for word to my slides. I like to actually run around on the stage, but I have to stand here fixed, right? So I'm not going to necessarily stick to the slide. I'll just deviate a bit. Why it matters? Why it matters? First of all, I had a privilege, and obviously with my co-colleagues, I had the privilege to do research on the data. This is what my PhD was all about. We did a maturity assessment on the use of data analytics by internal audit functions. We were quite privileged to replicate the study in Colombia, in Australia, both private public sectors, in the federal government of Canada, twice. Colleagues, we've got in Turkey, we've done it in Turkey. So colleagues, one thing that I can say as I'm standing here today, a lot has been said about technology, and we have to implement technology, etc., etc. On this maturity model, what we've come to realize, and that's the reality that we're currently faced with, there is pockets of excellence where organizations and internal audit functions are, making the right noises. They're striving towards implementing that. But to a large extent, colleagues, I'm also privileged to be, a certified QAR assessor. So in doing quality assurance assessments, it's quite alarming to see sometimes that internal audit functions are still on Excel 101. Obviously, you have to be at Excel 101 to produce an audit result. That's where you have to start. But colleagues, we are talking AI and we are talking all these advanced technologies. But some of our internal audit departments, and maybe CAEs, it's not my intention to step on any toes. Maybe I should ask you to raise your hands. No, I won't. But CAEs, maybe just take a message here today and from this conference in, implementing AI in your departments. What are some of the challenges and why is it not happening? Make it tangible. Start somewhere. Otherwise, it's always going to be 10 years from now, we are going to publish another book and it will be just another attendance. Go benchmark against what other governments are doing. I mean, myself, as I said, we had the privilege to see what the federal government in Canada is doing. And one of the co-authors, as Prof. Erasmus mentioned, is actually within one of the departments where they've started implementing, machine learning, robotic processes. So, colleagues here from the public sector, CAEs, it starts with you. If you don't make a tangible effort, and don't go into a approach of trying to change everything overnight, because that's not how you implement it. People will run away. Do it in a phased approach, right? So gradually we have to mature as humans and as technology matures. So just basically, as I said, I am deviating, but I like to just talk freely and I like to talk from the heart. Who is in this ecosystem, right? It is the state-owned entities, it is the external auditors, it's the regulators, the standard setters, and of course, the general public, right? So this is within this ecosystem with all these pieces of technology and AI being the buzzword. And I quite like what Prof. Vasarely also mentioned yesterday, that we are treating this as this is something that's now out of space, that has never been in existence. Actually, it's been with us for quite some time. It's just a matter of people now starting to just realizing the impact and no longer is it just a nice to have, but certainly a must to have. And if we don't do that, we as an internal audit profession will become totally redundant, totally irrelevant. Our findings will just be, I always say, especially when I look at QAR reports and you look at prior year audit reports, if the only thing that changes on the annual audit report or the internal auditor's report is the date and the time, and perhaps the people that performed the audit, there's something wrong with that. And sometimes we can basically do a copy-paste because who cares, right? So I'm saying that, I'm challenging myself, being part of the internal audit profession. Colleagues, the IIA, obviously, as our professional body, they realized the importance of this, and they incorporated that now into the new generalized internal audit or the global internal audit standards, rather. They've also issued a AI framework, which talks about the strategy, and it just gives guidance on organizations that has to look at cyber resilience in terms of the vulnerabilities, because it's all about data, and companies needs to have controls and mechanisms in place to ensure that they manage the vulnerability in terms of the technology. Then in terms of competencies, one of the biggest challenges of organizations, and then more closer to home, internal audit functions not implementing AI are not adopting continuous audit techniques such as certain generalized audit software, such as ACL, Arbutus, IDEA, whatever generalized audit software package you use. There's a lot of psychological factors, obviously, that hinders such implementation, but one of the key factors that prevents successful implementation is skill, competency, right? And CAEs, as you're sitting here, hopefully, if we look at your, if we do a QAR and I ask the question in terms of the standard, are you developing your staff? Is AI training part of that? Right, governance, this is part of the AI framework, the IIA Global published. Obviously, my previous colleague mentioned data quality, garbage in, garbage out. It's all about the completeness of the data, the accuracy of the data. It's also about integrating this AI into the day-to-day business processes of an organization in terms of measuring its performance. So AI needs to be included in that, in reporting on your performance. And then, obviously, the data architecture and infrastructure, it's about the CIA of information. The confidentiality, the integrity and availability of info must be closely looked at for AI to be successful. The human factor ethics, my colleagues, my colleague, Dr. Steenkamp, there's a whole chapter. I think we could have actually written a whole book just on ethics, right? Colleagues, on this, just a side note, I'm just quickly deviating from this one. Something I forgot to mention. We are all talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Let's just not forget for a moment that what about, I always say, the real intelligence? The real intelligence was required to create the artificial intelligence. And therefore, there are challenges in the ethical aspects when it comes to AI. And obviously, my colleague, Dr. Steenkamp, will elaborate on that. Colleagues, audit innovations, traditional tools are no longer sufficient, right? But for the time being, if all else fails, yes, we can't just go and tell the audit committee, sorry, we have outdated tools, we can't produce any results. We have to make means with what we have. But colleagues, I think the challenge is out there. Let us embrace technology. Let us make an active decision to really implement it. Even if it is only, let's say you've got 50 audits on the annual audit. CAEs, I'm talking to you again. I think we must call a CAE forum here. CAEs, please, on your annual audit coverage plans, let it be clear that you do make provision for the use of tools. And if it's maybe 50 audits on your annual audit plan, start with one. Just start by implementing, take, say, HR payroll process or whatever process you want, and start there. And then take the learnings. It's an iterative, evolving process that you can learn from. So don't take the big bang approach. That does not work, right? Take the time to develop this, and in no time, you will be running 2 audits, 3 audits, 4 audits, all on a artificial intelligence or continuous auditing platform. Just lastly, just a couple of slides. I'm just rushing myself. There's the 4 I's that was developed. It just talks about the integrated approach. It is incremental, meaning it has to happen in phases. And we as an internal audit department need to always be independent in our opinions. Colleagues, I'm not going to talk in detail about this. This is just the rise of the e-government. The word smart cities was mentioned, and they talk about the G2C, government to citizen. You can see what it refers to. It's about, license renewals, filing of income taxes. I think here in South Africa, we all share the challenge when you have to renew your annual driving license, standing in long queues. They've actually come a long way with that, and also these days applying for your smart ID. Things are becoming better and it's becoming more efficient. So, yeah. Smart cities, we are moving somewhere. Government to business, government to employee, and then also government to governments. And I think, Professor Relly, you also mentioned yesterday that the rise of these smart cities, where we can have one uniform, centralized log-on or log-in platform. And this is what government to government platform is all about. Then the benefits, colleagues, is as my previous co-author mentioned, Prof. Cameron, so I'm not going to bore you with that. Also, the challenges remains, colleagues. It's all about the data bias. As I said, the CIA of information, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data. And the core to all of this, somewhere there's you and I that needs to actually have the confidence and the skill to be able to implement this. And therefore, skill gap is probably one of the most critical factors preventing successful implementation. This morning, Prof. Mervyn King also mentioned that there's currently no legislation regarding AI, but some global, that's now within South Africa and globally, but globally we see certain trends. For example, in the Europe, there's an AI Act, they are building on that. The USA, there are certain sector-specific principles regarding the use of algorithmic accountability. In China, there's also an algorithmic transparency regulation being promulgated. Some policy recommendations to include AI in audit risk registers, very important. Again, CAEs, what do you have on your annual audit coverage plans? Is AI, is technology part of that? Does it feature? Do you know the environments that you're auditing that are using AI? And how do we approach that? And then just lastly, in conclusion, I think internal audit, long time ago, should have started shifting from reactive to predictive, right? No longer in hindsight we are saying things, but in foresight, right? What enables that? Technology. Only if we use it effectively. And then obviously, as I referred to the maturity of data and the use of data analytics, the digital maturity needs to be in place. And yeah, I think lastly, let's shape audit innovation and let's embrace technology as we implement this in our internal audit methodologies and as we provide assurance to our stakeholders. I thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Thank you, Professor Schmidt, for your contribution as well. So in our chapter number 10 that we worked on, we went back to thinking about thinking. We spoke a lot about progression and auditing and tools, etc., up to this point, and then we rewinded a little bit to go back to the ethical perspective of digital auditing, and that is not something that AI can do for us, but where the human intervention is then actually needed. So our chapter explored 5 interlinked areas. We started with some ethical challenges posed by digital auditing. Then we went on to explore the 3 main philosophical or ethical theories that guide our thinking in terms of ethics, how these apply in real-world scenarios. We moved on to the tension between human and algorithmic judgment, and then finally we looked at a set of guiding principles or standards that we believe can shape the audit of the audit of the future in terms of ethics. So, linking to the importance of the chapter that we wrote, this chapter 10 specifically, what became clear from international as well as local debates in literature is that AI does not only introduce new tools, it also introduces new risks and amplifies the current risks that we see in our public institutions. The decisions made by algorithms that we use can deeply affect citizens' rights, the dignity of citizens, access to services, and trust in public institutions. So therefore, we unpacked ethical theories, and keeping in mind that we did a critical literature review when we did our chapter, we grounded our analysis in the 3 most widely referenced ethical frameworks in the world. All of these are rooted in philosophical theories. So we went back and looked at which 3 emerges from all of the literature that we investigated. And the ones that came up was consequentialism, thinking that started in the 1800s with John Stuart Mill and was then refined by Sedgwick. We went further back to thinking on deontology by Immanuel Kant that started in the 1700s, and then also went as far back as 2,000 years ago, the thinking of Aristotle and Plato regarding virtue ethics. And you would wonder why you would only focus on these 3 ethical theories, but these 3 frameworks have stood the test of time in terms of thinking and philosophy, and they still, to this day, offer a clear, structured, and complementary way to think about auditing critically, and especially how we use AI in auditing. So it is quite good and heartwarming to see that the challenges that we identified from academic literature globally as well as locally speaks to all of the debates and the talks that we had over the past 2 days here. Things like bias, data sets, inconsistencies. Yesterday we spoke about the digital divide and technological elitism that's specifically prominent in the South African context. The haves and the have-nots in terms of money and in terms of technology. So that was quite interesting what came out of our literature that we reviewed. And then we must still be mindful of new power dynamics that come out of this new technological era that we find ourselves in, and understand that AI decisions can be shaped by those who control the data and the narratives. So this new power dynamic places an immense new responsibility on us as auditors as well. And as auditors, we must always be in a position to ask who is benefiting from the AI tools that we are using, who is harmed by, or who are harmed by the AI tools, and who is held accountable. And this chapter focusing specifically on public sector then brought us to the thinking that, yes, ethical auditing is essential for building public trust. And therefore, if our AI processes are seen as opaque or black box or unfair or unchallengeable, we as auditors stand to lose our integrity. And in the context of public sector, citizens deserve assurance that we are not only enforcing rules, but that we as auditors also uphold rights and dignity of citizens. So trust is hard-earned and easily lost. The principles that emerge from the literature that we look at have also been mentioned several times over the last 2 days, and that is the principle of transparency, privacy, fairness, independence, and accountability. And these are not just mere technical ideals or abstract philosophical thoughts. It is, in the context of public sector auditing, definite ethical commitments that we have to make. So what we did as part of our reflection was to take all of these different divisions or these transparency, privacy, fairness, independence, and accountability as principles and link them back to the founding ethical theories and the philosophical thinking. And each one of these is then guided by an ethical or moral reasoning framework. So if you look at consequentialism, it talks about us as auditors having to think about the outcomes of what we do and the impact of what our actions have. And for example, a guiding question would be, will the use of this AI tool result in the greatest good for the public at large? And specifically then in public sector auditing, could it potentially harm those most vulnerable? If we move on to the thinking in terms of a deontological framework, the core focus of deontology is the ethic of duty, of rights, and of rules. And a guiding question, for example, there would be whether a specific AI tool or process upholds the rights and dignity of every individual, and the auditor having to reflect whether you would consider it ethically justifiable to use this as a universal standard, or in more simple terms, the principle of universalizability and reversibility. How would you feel if the use of that is made into a universal principle, and you will then be at the receiving end of whatever technology you are using and decisions that you are making? The last one, virtue ethics, has been with us in terms of thinking, as I mentioned earlier, for almost 2,000 years. And that goes back to focusing on the moral character and moral integrity of the auditor. And this centers around our individual moral compass. And this begs questions such as, do I have the courage to question the system, to think for myself in the age of AI? To resist pressure and do what is right, even when it is inconvenient in terms of the new technology that we are using. So ethical auditors in the public sector must be more than just rule followers. We must become stewards of ethics in this rapidly changing digital landscape. And that then includes engaging with our professional bodies, with the frameworks that we are using. It includes advocating for better professional guidance where necessary, and actively supporting as well as driving the development of new competencies. And those of you who are interested in perhaps a new area of research, when we did this critical literature review, we definitely identified the need to engage with principles of our own African moral philosophies as well, which is currently still very much missing from the international debate. So if you want some ideas on future research, go Ubuntu. That's the way to go, and link that in for us with AI. It would be wonderful to read that. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, then the next author to come and present a chapter would then be Mr. Dr. Babawa Treki, Sustainability in Public Sector Internal Auditing. Colleagues, we had a special request that our previous speakers, one needs to catch a shuttle for the airport, and also Dr. Louis, he obtained a small medical emergency yesterday while eating lunch. So if we can just excuse them then from the panel at this stage. Thank you very much.
So I will briefly summarize the chapters I authored. So that was chapter 7 and 11. And I'm glad because Prof. Cameron and even yesterday, we spoke a lot about the AI tools that auditors use. So chapter 7 really deals with that, and things like machine learning, natural language processing, robotic process automation, big data analytics. So I'm not going to go into detail about that. And then also the benefits of AI in auditing, that's been discussed. We all know it enhances audit efficiency, accuracy, risk detection. But the most important thing is training. So there is a problem with the skills gap. The auditors are still behind when it comes to things like Python, um, big data analytics. So supreme audit institutions like India, Chile, Brazil, they've implemented extensive training programs for auditors, and they also give them certifications in data analytics and in Python as well. So I think it's something that we also need to seriously consider as accountants and auditors. And I also speak about digital culture. That's important. We spoke about that yesterday. I remember Prof. Letiwe touched on digital culture, where experimentation is encouraged and allow auditors to innovate without fear of failure. And actually, chief technology officers can actually drive the digital culture, and where auditors feel safe to learn and grow. And as these IT things are very new to us as accountants and auditors, but if there's a safe space and there's this digital culture, then it becomes easy. It would become easy for auditors to acquire these tech skills. I've touched that. Then during COVID, we saw that it was difficult to audit face to face. Therefore, we really appreciated advanced technologies, and supreme audit institutions were now prompted to automate data collection and analysis. And we're very excited that AGSA has already started and doing very, very well with regards to adopting these advanced technologies and applying them in their audit. So I talk a bit about data collection platforms. That maybe that's something that these audit institutions should also look into. But of course, there's risks such as confidentiality, cybersecurity risks, and ethics. So ethics, Dr. Liandi just spoke about ethics now, and there's a need for regulation. And IRBA has some guidelines and some frameworks in terms of regulation. But I believe that a lot of work still needs to be done when it comes to regulating AI and the ethics and the oversight around AI and these technologies. So this is also just emphasizing the importance of governance surrounding AI in auditing, and that these professional bodies, they also carry a heavy load to actually make sure there's a lot of regulation and governance when using AI in auditing. So I already spoke about cybersecurity risks, and of course, uh, governance and ethics, very important in that area to govern confidential and sensitive information. All right, then now we move on to AI policies. So again, it seems like we're just repeating same things over and over, because these are important: ethics, AI policies, governance, validation protocols, and custom standards for various AI types. They are essential to guide practitioners and safeguard public trust in audit processes. So they are very necessary to be implemented in audits. So I'm not going to talk much about AI algorithms, because Ilse, that's what she's going to talk about. Then I also touch on leadership, the leadership's role in AI adoption. So it's crucial to have strong leadership, fostering an environment supportive of AI integration in auditing, ethical foresight, and a commitment to continuous learning, promote a culture that embraces both innovation and risk management. So not just the chief technology officer, but the entire management must really be very supportive in adopting these advanced technologies. And then the open questions still, it's all about AI governance, but we've already spoken about that, so I'm not going to repeat that. And then again, ethics. You'll see in the book, we talk a lot about ethics. Even in chapter 11, we also touch on ethics in AI adoption, and that there's a need for clear ethical guidelines and frameworks to navigate the challenges and the risks that come with AI, with using AI in auditing. So, like I said, I was going to be very brief. So this is it. Thank you so much for your time.
Colleagues, next author up is then Mr. Kgorong Pai. We'll talk about the organizational needs and future expectations of public sector internal auditors.
I'm looking at the time. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. It is an honor today to be presenting on a topic that is at the intersection of risk management, governance, technology, ethics, and trust, which is continuous auditing with artificial intelligence in the public sector. Imagine this scenario is 2028 and a national government in South Africa decided to launch an AI-driven e-governance system that is aimed to help in terms of service delivery. It is fast, is one of the best that they ever developed. Okay? Now, 6 months later, there's a data breach and information is compromised, very sensitive information is compromised. There is public outrage. And the other thing is that it ended up being a parliamentary inquiry. Okay, now it goes on the news and we have Professor JJ on his TV show ranting and saying that, hey, where were the auditors? And then he goes on to say that, yeah, it's a mixed signal. And then Prof. JJ continues ranting and ranting on TV. And now when an investigation comes out, we figure out that internal audit actually identify possible risk of data security. However, because internal audit reporting lines are blurred, they're reporting somehow, they're reporting to the CEO functionally. All right? Then they also found that there was political interference because of that reporting line. So then they were muted to take it further. In addition, internal audit was excluded from participating in that process of developing this IT system, the e-governance system. They were excluded in the planning, they were excluded in the testing of it up until the end. Then furthermore, they didn't have access to real data because there was no collaboration between them and the IT division. So because of this, they also, in addition, had gaps in terms of skills on cybersecurity auditing or assurance. So The audit team then had the right intent at the beginning, but what happened is that they had the wrong tools and they had the wrong structures. So public trust was lost. The credibility of internal audit also was compromised. So this brings me to this chapter, which is organizational needs and future expectation of public sector internal audit. An overview of the chapter is that I'm going to take you through the chapter just to give you a view of where it's located in this series of continuous auditing articles. I remember when I was busy preparing, and then Prof. Fori was the one being a peer reviewer on my chapter, and Prof raised the concern that your chapter doesn't touch too much on technology. And I said that there's a reason for that. It's bringing in all the other chapters together, is connecting the dots. Okay, to be able to say we need a holistic view of changes in the organizational structure, not just technology, a holistic view of changes in the traits of a professional auditor, not just focus on technology. And then we're going to look at the current landscape of the public sector internal auditing and the attributes of a future internal audit function. How should it look like? What are the traits that we should be looking at? And then the expectation of future internal auditors, what is expected of internal auditors in 2028? We'll go to the recommendations and then the final thoughts on that. This chapter is chapter 6, is at the intersection actually of all these chapters. As I said, it is connecting the dots. So other chapters in this volume, as we can see, they critically look at aspects of potential technology use in the public sector. And then it also is positioned at the midpoint for the reason that we want to look at the holistic picture. We know you're looking at the whole chessboard, not just one thing. So you can see that we are addressing blockchain, we're addressing ethical digital auditing, we are addressing the impact of AI on sustainability of the profession. There's a whole lot of things, the tools that are addressed. So this one is bringing it together. As somebody mentioned yesterday about the control environment, that it contributes to the implementation of technology and it enables it. And Prof. Lethiwe also talked about the culture, that culture will eat your strategy for breakfast. So we need to have a proper control environment, the proper structured for us to be able to implement technology. Why does this topic matter? Why are we talking about this? Why is it critical for us to discuss it? It matters because the internal auditing in the public sector plays a crucial role in ensuring that we assist with transparency and we assist with accountability in public administration. But then also we have an increased digitization in the public sector. And this changes the way risks is managed, it changes the way data is managed, it changes the type of controls that needs to be put in place. And it also, in a way, put pressure to stay relevant as the internal audit profession. We need to be able to adapt structurally, we need to be able to adapt professionally. So there's a lot of growing expectations also from the stakeholders on what internal audit should contribute strategically to give insight, to give advice, and also on foresight. And our standard also support foresight. We need to be able to bring those to the front. Now, why does the internal audit landscape, what does it look like today? What is the landscape of the internal auditing? We have a couple of them. These are some of the characteristics that makes internal audit effective in the public sector. There's legal or regulatory framework and conformance with the professional standard. I know Prof. Mervyn King said something about he doesn't like the red tapes. But then even if you don't like the red tapes, as he said, you shouldn't be cutting corners. But what I've seen with the public sector in terms of the literature that I conducted in this chapter is that the countries that actually have regulatory framework that supports internal audit, their internal audit function tends to be effective. So when we talk about this, we're talking about the laws and the standards that actually mandates that or govern the internal audit. So we find that internal audit operates with different regulatory framework in different countries globally. So in South Africa, we are so blessed that it is enshrined in the Constitution, is supported by PFMA as well as NMFMA, and there were the MFMA. And there's also other countries that are exemplary, like Turkey. Turkey, as Prof. Lawrence says, that is all more or less in the same standards as South Africa in terms of regulation, in terms of economy. So Turkey also, they are backing up internal audit with their regulation. We have countries like Canada, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia that also are backed up by regulation. And we also have other countries that partially are backed up by regulation. And as a result, you find that they are not 100% effective in terms of delivering on their mandate. Now, when you talk about organizational structure and reporting lines, that also is as a result of not having a framework, regulatory framework to back up internal audit. Where internal audit sits in an organization, it is very important in terms of the public sector hierarchy. So the reporting lines, the autonomy and access to decision makers is very, very important. So in countries where internal audit is only supported by regulation, then you find that it is well positioned and the reporting lines are not blurred. There will be reporting functionally to the audit committee, and there will be reporting administratively to the head of department or CEO if it's a private sector. So resource allocation. Let's talk first about independence and objectivity of internal auditing. This thing drills down. There's interconnections between all these factors. There is a relationship. You don't have a regulation that backs you. As a result, it affects where you sit within the hierarchy of the organization, and as a result, it affects the objectivity and objectivity of internal auditors and their independence. And then allocation of resources as well. When you talk about allocation of resources, we are looking at, if you recall the GIAS, the Global Internal Audit Standards requires that the CAE to evaluate whether internal audit resources are sufficient to be able to fulfill their mandate. Now, does internal audit have sufficient resources to actually venture into this environment that is dominated by data and that is digitized? So the Global Internal Audit Standard also says that technological resources requires the internal audit function to pursue opportunities to improve efficiency and effectiveness through the adoption of technology tools. So do internal auditors have the budget to be able to procure those tools that will help them to be able to deliver on their mandate? So literature shows that inadequate resources and lack of necessary IT tools actually affect internal audit effectiveness. Then when we talk about competency and continuing professional development, the capabilities internal auditors need today range from digital literacy to ethics to critical thinking as well as soft skills. So an example where you find that this competencies and skills differs from one country to another. It was very interesting to see that, if you have a country that has a certain regulation, the need to trade auditors or for the auditors to get education on that is channeled to what the regulation is saying. There's an example in literature, which is the Republic of Kosovo, where knowledge of finance and legislation is still considered a critical skill for internal audit to be effective, irrespective of other skills that are required. So if you have enough knowledge of compliance, enough knowledge of finances, then you are considered effective. Soft skills and other skills, they're not really important. So collaboration with stakeholders now talks to management, regulators, citizens, oversight bodies that have different expectations for internal auditors. So collaboration with external auditors, ERM, compliance division, IT audit is extremely important for internal audit also to be effective. I remember hearing the Deputy AG yesterday when he said that we need to collaborate in such a way that I think I'm rephrasing what he said, that we need to collaborate in such a way that external audit can actually work together with internal audit reliance. But we have seen with literature that if internal audits start questioning independence of external audits start questioning independence of internal auditors, and they question that also based on the work that we've done because of we sample, we are not doing continuous auditing, and I'm hoping that with the implementation of technology and continuous auditing and use of AI tools, we'll be doing real data monitoring, and external audit will be at a point where they can rely on internal audit work. Literature also shows that the absence of coordination with other functions within the organization or assurance providers, second line of defense, also leads to duplication of effort. And that can be really causing audit fatigue to our auditees. Political and cultural influence, that also plays a role. Politics or culture can affect the audit independence, objectivity, and credibility of the function. So the internal audit needs to be able to understand the political environment of which they work for. The IIA had actually cautioned about auditors in the public sector to be aware of the political environment that they work in. We have an example of the Swedish government public sector, whereby politicians are involved in the appointment of auditors, and that also affects their credibility and objectivity. Now, how does these challenges faced by internal audit impact the effectiveness of audit? I'm not going to go too much into details, but in terms of organizational status and reporting, we end up having weak independence as well as objectivity is impaired. And then the legal framework, if they're not there, and the standard, we have limited credibility and misalignment with our global standards. In terms of resource allocation and technological adoption, we end up having reduced efficiency and as well as effectiveness in doing audits. And there's also gaps in technology use. Moving to what should be the future look like now for internal audit functions. How should we go forward with this? There's a number of attributes that I've identified, obviously linked to the challenges that have been faced by internal audit. First of them is autonomous internal audit function. Here we need to reinforce independence. We need to reinforce the support that we need to get from management in terms of providing resources. And secondly, what I like is awareness and drive to regulators and to the executives, to the board about the value of internal audit. What is good that is we are in the month of May, where we normally promote internal audit, which is Internal Audit Awareness Month. So this is very important, awareness, and awareness should be done also in the higher education institution. AG mentioned, or Deputy AG mentioned yesterday that most of the students prefer to go and work for the private sector instead of the public sector. Now, at the University of Pretoria, we try to promote students to go to the public sector as well. And then we are just blessed that we have some of the public sector chief audit executive who've come on board to provide some of the student vacation work to be able to be exposed to the public sector. And I have examples of them who came back and said, wow, we actually thought the public sector was that bad, but actually we enjoyed and we learned more about it. So in future, would like to work for the public sector. So digital and data-driven transformation, here we need to adopt advanced technology audit approaches and tools, and AI-powered continuous auditing. And we need to also promote remote-ready and virtual teams, but that can be done only if we have proper tools to do that. Somebody mentioned agile approaches and adaptive internal audit structures. This is one of the things that should be considered in terms of the attributes of a future internal audit. Continuous compliance awareness frameworks can be adapted, And then we also can outsource or co-source the skills that we don't have. Then strategic insight and alignment, participation in organizational strategic process. This is sometimes where internal audit is left behind. They are not being brought in from the beginning in terms of participating in the strategic processes. The Deputy AG also mentioned this, that they're already doing that in collaboration with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, that they get involved with municipalities and government department from the beginning. So this is what the internal audit also should consider, and collaboration also with a performance function to be able to monitor the performance within the organization. Then collaboration and coordinated assurance with other functions, I've already mentioned that. And we can also leverage technology to make things easier in terms of integrating what we do or our assurance services that we provide. And then sustainability, this has been coming through in many, many presentations. We need to get involved in sustainability and auditing ESG. So I remember the model that was built by one of the authors, Dr. Rainlands. He was talking about the ABC model, where he's saying we need to assure as internal audit, we need to build and we need to consult when coming to ESG. And he says that we need to get involved more also on building, and that means co-creating the ESG program with management where it doesn't exist. Obviously, that comes in a form of advisory services. Now, what is expected of the future public sector internal auditors? Let's get to the now internal auditors, because we need to also upskill. We need to also get to the point where we are able to deliver in this environment. Yes, thank you, Prof. Acquisition of necessary skills. So these are some of the skills that we can acquire as internal audit to be relevant. And all of that, the foundation of it is ethics and is continuous professional development. And then what needs to be done? I've adopted the 5P model. Those who remember the 5P model by Lenz and Jefferson, that talks about the future of internal auditing, the governor of governance. So this is the model that I've adopted to be able to come up with recommendations. So the recommendation of the framework that I came with in terms of implementing what we talked about using the 5P model, I mapped this together with the IAA public sector context criteria. Those who don't know it, you can just Google it. There's a guidance on the criteria that you can use in the public sector as internal audit. And in all of this, enablers of this is autonomous internal audit function and allocation of adequate resources that support all of this. In closing, we have recommendations that we've made, more like action plans that the internal audit function can try and adopt. And if we do this, I'm sure we will be those auditors who will be able to add value to our internal audit function and the public sector. So I like this quote by Alvin Toffler that says that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So what is at stake if we do not adopt this? What is at stake? Internal audit credibility is at stake. Internal audit remaining relevant is at stake. So internal auditors must not only keep up with the pace, but we must guide the way. Thank you.
Colleagues, we decided to leave the last author for a specific reason, Ms. Ilse Morgan. Yeah, she has these very, very interesting presentations on blockchain-based accounting systems and the emergence of algorithmic auditing, and quite entertaining for most of the time. So looking forward to what she has to present. Thank you, Ilse.
No, first one. Good afternoon, everybody. Now it's my responsibility to keep you awake for this last part, so I'm going to try my best. So my topics were algorithmic auditing and blockchain, so I'm going to try to combine it. But I actually want to be more futuristic and having a bit of foresight and not repeat everything that was said today already. That will definitely bore you. So I'm going to skip, you know what an algorithm is. It's a recipe to solve a problem. You know what the uses are. Everyday life, we use it. And you know what the risks are, the deep fakes, the ethical concerns that we have, the misleading information, the damages to reputation. Look at Tesla, for example. Look at social media, look what happened during the COVID time, and we will never, I don't know how we are going to measure the impact of what happened during those 2 years, how we're going to measure it, and the damage was done due to malinformation, disinformation, fact-checking, censorship, all of that. So I'm going to get to that. So there's a lot of more increased concerns about our moral and ethical development and our autonomous systems, automated decision-making. So a lot of us is going to be redundant, but now we have the problem, we don't know if those automated decisions are going to be ethical. And where's the compliance? And who's going to do the risk assessments? So we have to consider all these things of the future. And there was research done, and that Fortune 500 companies, there was a risk increase of 473% in terms of AI risk, but I think it's higher. They are not considered everything yet. So, but then now this black box, we need to audit the auditors. But we are not yet proficient enough in AI. So who's going to do the audits and the algorithmic audits and the compliance and the risk assessments if we are not yet proficient in AI? And that could lead to a lot of mistrust in terms of our profession. So we need smart, intelligent auditors with the knowledge, skills, and the experience. And we saw this these 2 days experience, Prof. Miklos, Prof. Mehmet, Prof. Mervyn King. Experience tops everything, no? You can have all the knowledge and skills, you can have AI, all the applications, but still experience tops it. So my prediction is actually that we must start on a clean slate, as Professor Vilna said, and we must rethink this whole environment. And I think we are going to have just an auditor in the future specializing in cybersecurity, AI, ESG, risk assessments, and we will collaborate then more. I don't think we need internal and external auditors anymore, and in the IT auditors there somewhere. We will need to collaborate, support each other. All right, I want to quickly look at this slide just to see how I see the process, how we need to measure everything from resources to impact. Eventually, impact and outcomes is what the auditors will need to evaluate, because the first part of the process, from the resources inputs to the outputs, continuous auditing and continuous monitoring and continuous risk assessment will do for us. So we need the critical thinkers to measure the qualitative outcomes and impact, compare it to quantitative, and then the critical thinking needs to come in there. But I will get to the slide back a little bit later on again, because look at the processes section. There you have your people and your technology that's linked. So within your organization, then you have the people that uses AI. So now you as the auditor comes from the outside, inside, and you need to see how they used artificial intelligence and the technology within what you are auditing. But you must have the experience and the knowledge to be evaluating that. Okay, so I brought with my intelligence agent, and she will tell us a little bit.
Thank you for inviting me, Ilse, and for the College of Accounting Sciences for giving me the opportunity to contribute. In today's digital age, AI challenges our understanding of morality. How do we define right and wrong when machines make decisions? There is already so much division in the world, from the East to the West and left versus right. This ethical dilemma is reshaping our decision-making and intelligence landscape, as we will be leaving some ethical decisions to automated decision-making. Algorithms can unintentionally amplify biases, leading to discrimination. Imagine a hiring algorithm that favors certain demographics, resulting in inequality. AI-generated misinformation is on the rise, blurring the lines between truth and deception. From deepfakes to manipulated or fake news, the impact on trust is profound. Real-world examples highlight the need for fairness in AI. From biased facial recognition to skewed credit scoring, the consequences are significant.
Thank you, Venusia. I call her Venus AI. So she's very helpful. So let's look at the types of AI. We are currently at generative AI. But now the next phase is artificial general intelligence. We are not there yet. But the risks and the ethical concerns, that is what's going to be our problem. Because look at the privacy, the copyright, disinformation, misinformation. Every day on the news we hear about disinformation and misinformation, but misinformation is dependent on your reality. So my information might be your facts and your truth and your reality. So if everybody in this room, your misinformation is different to the next person. So then in the super AI period, we will have totally unpredictable outcomes. There will be our existential threat, our survival risk. Who's going to govern these whole processes if everybody is not yet at the level of understanding of AI? Who's going to be in government and governance? Very interesting. So I've again asked Venusia about the transformation of all industries and the types of risks that there are. So let's hear again what she's saying.
Industry. From diagnosing diseases, writing research papers, to approving loans. But with great power comes great risk. What happens when AI makes unfair, biased, or harmful decisions? According to the WEF, it threatens to deepen an already divided society and put millions of people out of work. Or is it that we will put ourselves out of work because of not keeping up with developments? The increased dependence on AI and technology could reduce critical thinking. But ignoring AI is not an option. AI agents are changing how we interact with technology, moving from passive tools to active participants that understand, reason, and act. As these systems become more powerful and common, thorough evaluation is essential. Algorithmic bias can lead to unfair results, favoring one group over another. The rise of digital news has led to misinformation, making fake news detection critical. AI plays a role in identifying false information and ensuring information integrity. Fake news spreads rapidly due to people's appetite for sensation, influencing public opinion. AI uses natural language processing and machine learning to analyze and detect fake news. AI for fake news detection faces challenges such as biased training data and deepfake manipulation. There are many ethical concerns about censorship and freedom of speech in AI decision-making.
So what I want to come to is that you might be asking, but Ilse, why do you focus so much on misinformation and deepfakes and all of that? That's not relevant to organizations and our audit work, but it affects our everyday life and it can totally ruin a country. look what is happening now in the world. Look at the wars between, let's take Ukraine and Russia. If there's misinformation and disinformation or malinformation, what is the effect on a country and then all the related industries that, for example, closing down their factories? So we have to consider all these things. It is important for us. So there are so many types of incorrect information, censored, propaganda, fake news. So you can look again at this slide in terms of the truthfulness, the intent to deceive, the intent to harm. What is the key features in terms of, is it false, is it deliberate, is it malicious intent, is the information left out? And that is very important for internal auditors because, or all auditors, because sometimes you just don't know the information in the background that's not revealed to you. And there's a few examples as well. I'm going to try to skip through a few slides because of time, but we all know how deep fakes happen. Yes, thank you. So this is a deep fake video and it looks truthful, but it's not. So what's going to happen in the future? And Professor Mervyn King said it, that there's going to be...
We're entering an era...
There's going to be self-regulation. So in the future, we will have Web 4.0 or WODA. Now, WODA is write once, distribute anywhere. So it will be like in the movies, you have this black screen and information and you drag and drop and you make decisions. But self-regulation, so you will have a self-sovereign identity in the cloud. So already it's happening with like WhatsApp and Instagram and Facebook being combined. But the problem is there are so many fake people out there. So we want you to just have one identity out there. And you can decide to whom you want to share your information within your metaverse or within your universe. So a drag and drop, you decide, I want to share my information with a bank, or I want to share my information with SARS or whoever, and your information is protected within that dome. And everything is connected within a blockchain effect. So if something changes in one area, then everybody in the connection has this similar change. So write once, distribute anywhere. This explains that quickly.
Our identities are being compromised. Cyber attacks, identity fraud, deep fakes. The culmination of these threats lead to an astonishing $10.5 trillion lost globally each year. A compromised identity is an exploited identity. With the exponential rise of synthetic IDs, so-called innovative solutions like ID verification, decentralized identity, and self-sovereign identity are not enough to create, manage, and secure real human identities. In fact, these only contribute to the problem with a reported 2,000% increase in synthetics driven by generative AI. So how do we establish real identities for real people? How do we protect what is innately ours? How do we fortify the future of humanity? By securing and enabling the truth, your identity. Introducing Speak Identity, the first and only forensic identity management solution.
Okay, I'm going to skip there. So during SONA 2020, President Ramaphosa said we're going to have smart cities. And I thought, oh no, really? South Africa, smart cities. There are 5 smart cities already. There are delays, but we are getting there. Now, Web 4.0, the applications that they use, that is what smart cities are built on. So we will have to develop to Web 4.0. and we are getting there. But now in 2025, President Ramaphosa said the next big thing is the digital identities. So, okay, it is coming, and we know that it's coming, and I know SARS is working on that. So within Web 4.0, you will have the self-sovereign digital twin and intelligent agents, and everything will be integrated. So that will resolve a lot of problems in the public sector of these fragmented systems and silos and everything, because you can just combine everything by dragging and dropping. That's very interesting. I've seen 2 platforms of Web 4.0 already, and it is mind-blowing. If you think ChatGPT is good, this is mind-blowing. So we are going to get there, I promise you. I wanted to talk about morality. You know, it's on the side of the biggest artillery. Our history was written by those who won the war, but who will be the gatekeepers in future? If you didn't write the history, that could be a problem, no? And who's going to be the gatekeepers? I wanted to talk about competency. A lot of people are unconsciously incompetent. You don't know what you don't know, and then you know what you don't know, then you know what you know. So a lot of us, I think, are now at consciously incompetent, especially after these 2 days. I've learned things that I never knew. Cognitive biases, the greedy algorithm. We will need to audit that greedy algorithm because it just takes the fastest route, for example, traveling. So it doesn't consider future choices or reconsider the choices or the future consequences. And we as auditors will need to audit impact and consequences in the future. Then there's the ethical dilemma of you will then decide in terms of decisions, especially automated decisions, what is ethical and legal and unethical, illegal, because there's a lack of transparency, there's malice, there's misinformation, there's privacy issues. So we will need to be proficient in ethics-based audits. A very interesting field. Then I'll tell you what's the reasons for the lack of transparency and how we can deal with it. Going back to this slide, that all processes must be transparent. We must audit everything, not just input and output, and continuous risk assessment, continuous control monitoring, continuous ethics-based audits and compliance. And I think I will stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think to end off the session, before I hand over to Prof. Sabani, is just to say thank you to these CAPIA members who, in very difficult times, all of them having very, very stringent lecturing loads, put time aside to work on these chapters, to create a foundation for future curriculum development, because we see that this is where education is going. And just all the effort that they had to endure, that they had to put in, I want to thank them for that. We already have a few plans in place going forward, looking at perhaps a postgraduate diploma. And then on the practical side, reaching out to communities. We had some early discussions with Prof. Miklos, the projects that they are running there in the US and in Brazil in particular, to see whether we can bring those over to South Africa and assist our municipalities, especially on the procurement side, to see whether we can not make a difference, because that's what it's all about. It's not just on the theoretical side, but that's where it starts. That's what creates the foundation, and to work from there and transform that into actual practical projects to make an impact. And I thank you all for listening to us. And the book is available should you be interested. The information was shared. So from our side, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, how are we doing? Are we hungry? Okay, so it's up to you. It's in your hands now. Okay, so we can take then another 30 minutes to complete, to do the next session, or you can break for lunch and come back at 3. Option 1, we're choosing option 1. All right, please, can you all rise? Because I think you are tired. Just stand up, all of you now. DJ, you don't have anything to make these people jive. This DJ is asleep, man. DJ, please stand up and stretch your hand to the person next to you. Stretch one hand to a person next to you. Hopefully the DJ will play something. I'm a very hopeful person. DJ, you are asleep. Honestly. Mr. Tsepo Shabangu, Senior Council Member at SAIGA, please come. He's qualified as a registered government auditor and is an experienced senior audit manager with 15 years of experience. And he's responsible for the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. Let's give Mr. Tsepo Shabangu a round of applause. I hope he's still here. You know, yeah, please. Yeah, we're going to have a quick 30 minutes conversation. Don't let all of them speak long. Just engage them in a conversation for 30 minutes. And then we'll do a closing of the conference and we take lunch at 12:30. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity, Program Director. Is this mic audible? Because I was struggling to hear the other colleagues earlier. My name is Tsepo Shabangu. I've been introduced by Professor JJ. I'm really excited to be a part of this session. I'm also an alumni of Unisa. I did my CTA here in 2004 during the era when they were introducing IFRS 3, business combinations, when we moved away from IS, I think 22. Yeah, and some of the lecturers here, they were part of my lecturers, and I'm happy to be in their midst now. Colleagues, I would also like to send a shout out to the authors, the editors, as well as the contributors and peer reviewers. Now I know when my time comes to write a book, I know where to go. And Professor JJ Tabani has also promised me that he will publish it for me for free. So without wasting any time, Let me call the panelists to the stage. We had to rearrange our program because initially we were given 1 hour, 30 minutes. So now we have to reshuffle it to accommodate everything in 30 minutes, including engagements with the colleagues here. But from my observation, we have discussed and dissected the book in the past 2 days. Yeah. So without wasting any more time, I'll call Ms. Janine Pogolini, the Chief Executive Officer at the Accounting Standard Board, to come to the stage. She'll be followed by Ms. Kgabo Ralebepa, the Chief Executive Officer at INC 55 Consulting. Followed by Dr. Ross, Managing Director at PG Governance. And followed by Mr. George Higgins, the Chairperson of the Public Sector Audit Committee Forum. Colleagues, most of the people here, actually all of them, this is a highly expensive panel. I will do things differently. I'll give them a minute or two to introduce themselves because I don't want to butcher their credentials. So it's better if they introduce themselves and at the same time give us a high-level review of their perspective of the book based on their respective specialties. Colleagues, over to you. Starting with our ASB CEO here. Thank you. Ladies first.
Not going to say too much. I've been involved internationally with the IPSASB as well as with IFAC, so dealing with both the profession as well as accounting standards very intimately. I want to say that I'm a bean counter, but I'm so much more than that, and that's what I want to see us being more of as finance professionals. I count myself as being a storyteller, and you'll see that hopefully coming through in some of my other comments. In reading the book, very thought-provoking. I'm one of the old accountants, old auditors, so AI for me is something that's fairly new. And I really enjoyed reading the different chapters and exploring some of the potentials that it could hold for financial reporting, but just want to emphasize as well that accounting is a social science at its heart. So definitely we are going to need warm bodies to do a lot of the accounting as much as we want to implement AI.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Kgorong Ralebepa. I'm the CEO of Inc. 55. Our company is based on simplicity, Inc. standing for it's not complicated. In everything we do, we try and get things to be simple. I'm a digital transformation, cybersecurity, data analytics. I'm a tech freak who is also an auditor, in summary. I started my career about 30 years ago, so some of you probably were not alive when I started this journey. My first encounter with artificial intelligence was when I did my honors in 1996, and it got me very excited. So it's one of the fields that I'm very, very passionate about. I'm highly passionate about governance, risk, and compliance. And reading the book for me was like an aha moment. Finally, we have something that is practical. We have something that internal auditors who are usually very scared of technology can read and understand that artificial intelligence is not that complicated. I think yesterday we saw a demonstration that you don't actually need to know coding in some instances. You just need to understand to be logical. It's really about thinking. And whatever you can think, you can tell Gen AI, put it down, and it will do it for you. So for me, the key takeaway is really it's not complex. We don't need to be scared of it. It's here. And I think it's going to make our lives very easy, especially in the public sector, because I think the more efficient we are, the better we can serve our communities at large, and make sure that as auditors, we preach, we practice what we preach and be efficient in what we do. Thank you.
I am Peter Goss, not an auditor, proud to say that. I run a company called PG Governance, my initials. I have been working 5 decades, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, 2010s, 2020s now. I help solve problems for boards of directors. I spend my days supporting boards. At least twice a week, I'm working with a different board. My submission about the book and about the quality of the discussions today, I missed you yesterday, is that they are auditor discussions, and they are brilliant auditor discussions for the current state of auditing. And the current state of auditing is sadly destroying the world on account of the average auditor only discovers 15% of real problems that prevent companies from collapsing. The average company collapses, and auditors say it's not our job to find fraud or error. It is somebody else's job, I suspect. So my submission about the book is it's a brilliant book for auditors about how to audit, and it adds the dimension continuous auditing in AI, long overdue, more and more technological enhancement in the auditing methodology. I remind the auditors, and I remind those of you who've come to attend, why do we do all of this in the public sector? To monitor, to evaluate, to enable the oversight and monitoring of accountability ultimately. So very important to flag this. The point of the auditor is to provide assurance, not to apply the world's best practices and impress each other and produce beautiful reports. And that assurance is not continuous auditing-based assurance. It's not assurance of financial statements only. It's not assurance of effective risk management and good internal control. No. It's about whether or not the organization is behaving in a fashion that will allow it to meet its fundamental purpose. Allow it to meet the reason it was created for, its reason for existence. And 2, allow it to meet strategic objectives. And 3, to deliver good performance and sustained value over time. Now, I'm nervous to say audit methodologies do that. I'm afraid history has shown us they don't. My nudge up for the book would be to advise that it be connected also to the point of the auditor. 1, assurance. 2, more and more an advisor to the board of directors or the governing board or the politician or those who must deliver to what? 3, the best interest of the public in the case of the public sector, in other sectors, to the best interest of material stakeholders, including shareholders. So my submission to you is excellent work, lovely work, if most of you are auditors and assurance providers, but B, don't forget the reason, service delivery for a wider discourse than your beautiful audits. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Higgins. I chair the Public Sector Audit Committee Forum, but I do more than that. I'm financial management, primarily in the public sector. I am an auditor as well. So I do take note of what you've said, Peter. My interpretation of the book, and I specifically looked at it from an audit committee perspective, is I'm very excited about it. It's a very well-written book, and it's going to change the way that I certainly, and public sector audit committees, and for that matter, audit committees, should be engaging both internal audit and external audit, because continuous auditing allows us as the audit committee to get that information right there and then, that we can make the recommendations to whoever we are reporting to, whether it be the accounting officer or the political oversight, to say, okay, improve this internal control for service delivery, right? Why are the roads full of potholes, right? We would want internal audit continuously to tell us why that's happening. All right.
I'll use this one. Thank you, colleagues, for the introductions. And in the introductions, they covered some of the aspects. Like I said, we're going to summarize the work of 1 hour, 30 minutes in 30 minutes. But from myself also, I think George here, he didn't mention that he has peer reviewed some of my external auditing files before we signed off the audit report. And he's also the chairperson of the South African Institute of Government Auditors. I heard Professor Kutse earlier saying that there are 2 professional bodies for external auditors. She forgot about SAIGA. So yeah, there's SAIGA as well. And Professor Erasmus here is also a chairperson of our audit education committee. So yeah, and we also have a journal where PhD candidates also submit or deposit their writings. So yeah, I thought I should just throw that in while I'm having the platform. But from my side also, when I went through the book, and it speaks about revolution and innovation, and that every innovation or revolution can either be constructive or destructive. And I listened to the speakers here. I just want to hear from, I'll start over there quickly, from the audit and risk committee perspective, George, what is it that you expect from this real-time audit that is being mentioned here about AI?
Okay. Thanks, Seppo. Yeah, from the audit committee side, I'm expecting, firstly, that the internal auditors, or for that matter, external auditors, are using these tools real-time, but providing their intelligence to it. So the book provides a nice tool on how to do it. And like what some of the presenters said, let's start it, let's take one step at a time. Let's start with one audit, let's see how we can do it. The one thing that I am expecting is more thinking about, okay, I've spent this particular resource, right? What has this outcome or output been shown, right? If I'm, and I pick on roads because I did sit on some roads audit committees, and when I drive in a particular province and see that there's potholes, I'm asking myself the question, well, who quality controlled it? How did management, what did management do, and how did internal audit make sure that what we're getting is credible information? That we, as the audit committee, can then take the necessary recommendations both to the accounting officer and to the political oversight to say there is a problem with quality and this is what's happening. So I'm expecting a lot more intelligence behind what's coming out in terms of results, and not the fact that somebody didn't sign a particular document. Right, that's my expectation.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the time. Professor JJ was strict with me. Told me that we have until 25 to 3. Ne? Yeah, when you speak about roads, I'm also responsible for the Sanral audit, the one that deals with the roads, the South African roads, and so forth. So yeah, we're speaking the same language. Can we move over to the questions? Because I think you covered your side of the story. May we give the audience some time to engage with you on this book. Colleagues, question time, comments time. Please be concise, mention your name, your organization, and your question. No speeches. I think we had enough speeches in these last 2 days. Okay, no questions. Okay, there are 2 books to give There's one there at the back. Is there a roving mic? A roving mic?
Thank you. Maybe to the authors and maybe as a reflection to the reviewers, I'm interested on how the authors have integrated AI in their research and writing, and how was that disclosed in the book? Not only for auditing, but as people upholding auditing principles, how would you disclose your integration of AI in the writing of your chapters?
But those ones are not the authors.
Yeah, I think this one is for the authors.
Okay. Last question. If there's your rise.
Yes, my name is Ernest Mkanda. I'm from CSET at Unisa. My question is, it relates to evidence that auditors use. I don't know if the book has actually covered the dilemma that is posed by AI when AI is actually used to generate false evidence. I don't know if my question is clear.
I think it's loud and clear. But Prof, there was another hand first there.
When?
There at the back. Melchod.
Just ask your question first. The book will come. Thank you for trying.
Well, I don't know who wants to, or should we give it to the authors? Anyone?
Okay.
Who wants to take it?
All right.
Okay.
Round up, please.
One of my panelists wants to take it.
Yeah, I think just using common sense, and I think it's something that has been said a lot in the past 2 days, is that, and it's mentioned in the book, is AI as augmentation. Human judgment is always required. You cannot run away from that. And therefore, you ought to know your subject matter when you are going to be using AI. Because your input is what's gonna affect the output. So look at AI as an augmentation, and therefore, whatever information you get, you need to be able to analyze and make sure that it still makes sense, because we heard about biases, we heard about false positives and all of that. So AI is an augmentation to the audit process. Human judgment is still required.
Prof, we managed to save time. It's 25 past 2 now. But my takeaway from these 2 days, and including this panel discussion based on the book that we had to read, is that change is inevitable and we need to embrace it. You need to embrace it or you will be left behind and become irrelevant. So it's your choice. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. A big round of applause.
Oh, sorry, Prof. My panel is asking if they can use their time. By
No, finish.
Oh, we are finished?
Sorry.
Okay.
Still.
I tried.
All right, so yeah, the panelists will also be, all the panelists for the last 2 days will also be given a free subscription of Leadership Magazine. You will receive it in your post regularly, and will appreciate contributions. Free of charge, you can write for our publication. We'll publish your opinion pieces and your intellectual work. Okay, please give him a round of applause. Okay, can I invite Dr. Moses Tlongwane, the Executive Dean? Is he here? Is Dr. Tlongwane here? Dr. Tlongwane, please come in close. You can take as long as you want. You know you're between us and lunch. This is for you.
Good afternoon. Yeah. We can do better than this. Good afternoon. Abshe. Ndimasiare. Molo. Sawubona. Oye. Aunt. Okay, colleagues. Thank you very much, Prof. Tabane, for the opportunity. And on the program, it says my role here, I must close the conference and acknowledge. And it is complicated for me to round off this huge conference or symposium based on the contributions and the inputs that were delivered during this conference or during the past, the previous day and today. Why I'm saying this is because I think we can agree that the speakers who came through here yesterday and today, they delivered discussions, or they actually brought up discussions with thought-provoking presentations. But if you ask me one question and say, did we achieve the purpose and the objective of this conference? This is the question maybe I wanted to ask you, but I will answer, I will respond to this question and say, yes, we did. Let me acknowledge also and agree with majority of speakers, almost all speakers, that AI is here to stay. Technology is here to stay. The only thing that we need to do is to embrace it. And as institutions of higher learning, what is it that we are going to do in order to make sure that the graduates that we produce are ready for the job market? What are we going to do to make sure that we deliver skills that are needed by the industry and the workplace? I think that question has already been answered, that we need to make sure that our curriculum is fit for purpose. Our teaching methods are fit for purpose. We need to make sure that we incorporate practical skills into our curriculum. And that brings me to a very critical question that was asked by Prof. Butsie. In terms of the practicality that we bring or that we incorporate into our curriculum. So as the College of Accounting Sciences at the University of South Africa, we call upon industry partners to collaborate with us in making sure that our students are also given the opportunity for in-service training. That's what we call WIL, Work Integrated Learning. They get practical skills or practical training. So therefore, we have a QR code where we can register our contact so that we will be able to get in touch with each other. Last, in terms of what are the skills that we deliver, what are the skills that we actually incorporate in our curriculum to make sure that our students are fit for purpose. I think we all agreed that analytical skills, critical thinking, and decision making are very important. The vice principal, the vice chancellor and principal of the university, Professor Pulen Linkabula, in her opening speech, she mentioned that the University of South Africa is involved in research. The University of South Africa is also taking part in a number of engaged scholarship projects. And I think Prof. Erasmus also mentioned one of the engaged scholarship project that is undertaken by CAPIA to make sure that we are also involved in resolving the issues and the problems of the country, not only of the country, but the continent and the world at large. Hence, in our symposium or conference, we made sure that we invite scholars with a wealth of knowledge from the international arena. Prof. Mehmet and Prof. Milkas, who are here with us to make sure that we actually meet the requirement of contributing to the world of knowledge. And then lastly, okay, I'll keep on saying lastly, but we will have last one, yeah. Last. I will also be, I will also not be doing justice to this if I cannot also comment on the social ills that we have in our country and other challenges such as service delivery, issues. Prof. Tabane, you mentioned yesterday the challenges that are experienced by municipalities in terms of the qualified and other forms of, I would say, non-preferable reports that we have by municipalities. We do have municipalities that get unqualified audits, but it's also a small percentage. But the question is, those unqualified audits, are they also translating into proper or required service delivery by or required by our communities? That's the other question that we need to answer. So, hence I say, this conference have answered, yes, some of the questions, but we still have a lot of work to do. As academics, as professionals, we are aware and we know that there are challenges in our country that we need to contribute in resolving. And therefore, we need to make sure that we join hands, we collaborate, and make sure that these challenges are resolved. And we cannot do that if we don't have relevant skills that will contribute to resolving of those challenges. So therefore, we need you as industry, we need you as partners to have our students come and do practical work with you while we also train them in terms of theory and so forth. So please collaborate with us. Let me not waste time any further, but let me acknowledge and the following people who made sure that this conference became a success. Let me thank Prof. Linkabula in absentia, the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. She made sure that she welcomed all of us here. Professor Milkos, thank you so much for your thought-provoking presentation yesterday. And in absentia, Professor Bonang Mohale, the Auditor General, the Deputy Auditor General, Mr. Bonani Chauke, Mr. Gustav Silvo, also in absentia, I don't see him here. And then Prof. Mehmet, we were also excited with your presentation here, but we know that there's a lot that we still have to learn, and there's a lot that we still have to do, not only as an institution, but also as a country. Colleagues, let me also thank Prof. Mervin. He had to leave to attend to other commitments. We are happy that we were blessed with his presence here. Also Prof. Kutsie, she had to leave. Filna Kutsie, we are thankful that she managed to be with us. Mr. Tsepo Shabangu, thank you for making sure that you moderate the panel discussion that we held. And I will be making a very big mistake, if I don't also acknowledge our panelists. Please bear with me. I'm going to acknowledge the following people. And Mr. Katleho Masemola, Mr. Lehlohonolo Morweng, Mr. Imre Negi, Mr. Castens, Dr. Busisiwe Vilagazi, Prof. Letiwe Nzama. They took part in the panel discussion yesterday on the question addressing the challenges on the AI in the auditing environment. And then also allow me to acknowledge the following panelists: Dr. Stein, Dr. Lehodi, Dr. Fori. They took part in the panel discussion today, where the future in the AI and auditing as a topic was discussed. And then another panel members, Dr. Gauss, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Janine Pogini. I'm not sure if I'm not butchering it. I apologize. Ms. Kabo Ralebepa, thank you very much for the discussions that we had. Thank you very much for your contributions. I know that our program director here was very strict with time and you wanted to give more, but I think there is still time, maybe during lunch or so, to make sure that we finalize those discussions. And then our contributors to the book, the process that you went through in making sure that this book is published, this book is accepted, it is commendable. And as we were discussing your contributions and how practical your contributions are, I must say it is commendable. Prof. Modisane, Ms. Morgan, Prof. Smith, Dr. Steenkamp, Ms. Takan Rampai, Dr. Kreki, and Prof. Lawrence. Thank you so much for your contributions. And colleagues, I will be making a very big mistake if I forget our marketing team. They also contributed a lot in making sure that this event becomes a success. Our media team, the setup that you see around here, the pictures, if you go on Facebook also, we are there. So our media team, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Organizers of this event, we thank you so much. I know, Prof. Modisane, you were also leading the organizers of this event. And thank you so much for that. The caterers, we are going to have lunch now. We had tea. If it wasn't because of you, we wouldn't have had that. And our industry partners, we always collaborate with you, and you are always there for us. You are always supporting us. Thank you so much. Our guests, I know I cannot mention each and every one of you. I actually went to request an attendance register. I wanted to mention each and every one of you, but I think we would stay here until 4 o'clock or 8 o'clock, which it will be injustice on a Friday. Lastly, to our program director, I always, when I see you, I ask myself, what is it that you are going to say? Yeah, and you said so many things about mismanagement and so forth, and the potholes. And yeah, that's reality. And thank you very much for the copy. You mentioned that the speakers are going to get, I don't know if that was a free subscription. So I'm also the speaker. Even though I'm just doing I'm also the speaker. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, when I started here, I mentioned that this symposium has actually achieved what we wanted to achieve. As you know, that the institution is implementing the 10 catalytic niche areas. One of them is 4IR. And listening and evaluating on the discussions that happened during these 2 days, it is evident that we are actually delivering the mandate of the institution in terms of the 4IR. Without any doubt, when they ask a question, being at Senate or Senex or wherever, whichever platform, proudly we will be able to say we convened and delivered a symposium on 4IR. And this is the first, meaning we will still have symposiums or conferences of this nature. So we will have to do research, colleagues. As I said, there were questions which were unanswered. They open up to an opportunity to do more research. to register for masters. We have master's programs, we have PhD programs. Now I'm marketing my college. Register for masters and PhDs in order to make sure that we project out there and assist the world to resolve the problems. So yeah, I wanted to make sure that I said everything that I wanted to say. But thank you so much. I think for your presence here, can we give ourselves a round of applause? Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's enjoy our afternoon, and then also let's enjoy our weekend. May the good Lord protect you and be with you forever and ever.
Right. Thank you very much. I want to thank each and every one of you for staying until now and excellent participation in the conversations. I hope you'll take forward what we learned here. Remember, we must brighten the corner where we are. There's no big, bang that's coming and nobody's coming to save you. Only you can impact your environment. Let us all stand for the national anthem as we close. There's lunch after this, and there are cocktails. Those who want pure cocktails, no lunch, you can go to the bar. But the others, the wine will be brought to your table as you are sitting to eat as well, okay? Professor Mudisani, who we must thank, has bought you alcohol. So he says, if you don't drink it, it will be wasteful expenditure. Let's do a national anthem.
you.